Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Roseland Podcast. I'm your host, Roseland Perkins. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's day's dandy. But today, it's going to be a tough show. The reason why I say it's going to be a tough show, because we got to talk about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is Pan-Africanism is very, very different. It's different from something we could say religion, culture. Actually, we could say it's culture. Let me not go too far. But yeah, it's closer to culture, you know? But before you start, please like, subscribe, and also comment on today's episode and also share. Share as much as you can, and also hit that cash, violate that cash app. I will be putting the cash app soon, later, and also I'm gonna put it up a few times. Bobby told me to put it up a few times. I have been getting some donations, but he said if I want more donations, I should do that. Turn on the air conditioner. If you care how my day is, my day was alright. I slept most of the day. I was gonna do a show this morning, but I changed my mind. I was tired, slept in, the whole 9 yards. Let me put this into. Alright, so I'm gonna give everybody 30, 40 seconds to hit the, hit share, comment. And also, if you're not a subscriber, hit that sub button. It's very important you hit the sub button, you know. All right, now let me start. All right, I'm about to do that right now. And also, just remember, this is the best show in Boston. So salute to y'all making my show super dope. We will we will be doing even more things. I'm thinking about going live for June 16th. So I'm thinking about putting out a poll. You know, should we do something for June 16th? Juneteenth. I don't know. I'm gonna say this more. I'm gonna repeat it all through the show. So definitely stay prepared. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Creation of the arm drag. So a lot of people do like to do the arm in arm like this. My preference is a little bit different. I think it looks a little more realistic.
Hold on 1 second.
You are the person giving the arm drag. Naturally, if Colin just gave me an up and over, and I was coming to feed for him, I wouldn't hug you because there's no reason to, right? In my head. But I would pick up and try to either punch Colin in the face or try to grab Colin. So you have two options. You can either go to grab him, you take it around the neck this way, or give it around the neck for him. Or you're going to throw the left punch, and as you're throwing, it catches you off guard. But for now, listen.
Okay. Just listening to one of my coaches, AG. So yeah, I'm thinking about going live for Juneteenth, 3-4 hours. We're gonna be in Roxbury, Massachusetts for Juneteenth. We're gonna see everybody there. Everybody from the old communities, Black Americans, celebrating our independence. We got Flag Day, we got the Caribbean Festival, we even have the Haitian Festival. But in Boston, it's about that Juneteenth, baby. You gotta understand. People have to understand that in Boston is very special for Black Americans. Is because a good majority of us moved to the south, to the north. And we did it for economics. It's still America. Everybody, oh yeah, you fled your state. No, it's not fleeing. It's still the same country. So if you get that fucked up, yeah, that's on you, player. You can't put us in the same category as immigrants. You know, I do want to thank. I want to give a few thanks to a lot of people. I want to give thanks to basically the FBA family. The FBA family. This, I'm gonna be personally honest. I'm super excited and I'm super happy for us actually really coming together. Most of us coming together. Most of us standing 10 toes down on the shit that we believe. Most of that 9 out of 10 of the times, motherfuckers is always on our back with that bullshit. Give me 1 second. What is this? They be on our back with that bullshit. What to use device timestamp? Yeah, but I do want to. Again, I want to give thanks to the foundational Black American family, and I want to give props to immigrants, people from other countries that stands 10 toes down with Black people, even the white people. I'm gonna give you credit for standing 10 toes down with Black people. You gotta understand, white people don't have to do that. White people could just deal with white supremacy and be like, yeah, so what? You know what? It's not like it's the first time y'all motherfuckers went through it. They could be on some shit like that. But you got actually you got some white people standing 10 toes down with us and saying like, yo, these Black people deserve, reparation. Even though some people gonna fuck up their reparation money, smoke it up, buy a whole bunch of weed, try to sell the weed, or, spend it on cocaine and white women, white hookers, buy a Cadillac. Myself, I'm gonna buy me a new Camaro and trade my Camaro in. Might even buy a Tahoe, fuck around. Your boy fuck around and be driving the Tahoe, Chevy Tahoe. Pay a little bit of these bills. Give baby mama a few figures. Then some of y'all motherfuckers, I might meet y'all down to Atlanta, man. We go to Magic City, get some lemon pepper chicken with the french fries. With the extra lemon, Niggas is wildin' today. But yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. Yeah, man. I'm gonna send Rando a ticket. I'm gonna be like, yeah, Rando, Wiz Mason. I think Wiz Mason is half FBA. I think his mama's FBA. I don't know which one. Yeah, I think he's half FBA, so he probably get half a check or something. So. But we got to talk about the Pan-Africanism today. I think the Pan-Africanism thing has hurt the community. We got to figure out if it hurt the community or not. Or not even hurt, failed the community. What they were trying to do, we don't know if they meant well and they just failed us. Give me a second, everyone. We don't know if they failed us. As a community, we don't know if Pan-Africanism's failed us. Because I'm gonna be personally honest about the whole Marcus Garvey thing. I don't know as much about. I know about Marcus Garvey and the Pan-Africanism, but I don't know enough about it. There's always more that I can find out about Marcus Garvey. I personally don't know why he left. I can be personally honest and say that. I don't know why he left America if it was working, That's coffee, everyone. It's not party time. It's not party time. It's not the Douce today. It's not Douce. But um like I said, even like that's why I said all of y'all people who are on my podcast and y'all here on here daily, yo, thank y'all. Even the ones who argue, talk about y'all or threaten to punch me, and I have to warn y'all don't want to do that because I'm not on your type of time. I'm a civilian. That do get busy. Don't get me wrong, I do get busy, but it's just I don't want to put you in that type of situation with me. I've always been like that. I always tell people, first of all, I'm bigger than most people. Technically, I'm like 210, 215. I work out every day. I didn't work out today. I ain't even gonna lie. I didn't work out today. I might work out before I go to work tonight, but I don't want to beat up nobody, man. That shit is stupid. Especially my own people, or my own people from another continent. Even though y'all turn on us, y'all still my people. So it just I don't want to put nobody in those type of situations. That has never been my thing. And I always have to keep on throwing that out because you always have a motherfucker that's gonna test you. It has always been like that. So yeah. Let me check this. But I got I got something super dope. I got a reaction video today too. So we will be reacting to Tariq Nasheed just crashing out on Miss Yvette. I was just watching this probably like 45 minutes before starting this. I was supposed to start at 3:20, but I had to go get my son. My shorty went to go get my daughter, so it's. I was here early, but I had to get him something to eat. Gotta get him situated. He's running around right now, so he's acting a fool. Um, yeah, just on situations like that. Uh, I do want to say this. Uh, Again, shout out to all of y'all. Pan Africans, white people, black people, even the Latinos people. My man from LA, yo, my homie from LA, yo, he's super dope, and I'm gonna influence him to start a channel. I want him to start a channel. When I figure out, let me see what his name is again. And I want all of y'all to subscribe to him too when I find him. Oh man, cause yo, I'm gonna be personally honest, yo, my shit started going up because of y'all lately. I gotta give it up to y'all because yo, my joint actually started going up because all of y'all been watching and yo been doing y'all one too. So that is a super dope thing. But y'all know how I feel about Pan Africanism. I ain't gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of Pan Africanism, but I can say one thing about Pan Africanism. It has some type of structure. The structure was black empowerment, even though it was mostly black Americans who were trying to stick together with everybody, and everybody was like, fuck you, nigga. I'm with white daddy over here, on some white shit, like on some African shit or some West Indian shit. But didn't you do have some West Indians that were fucking with us? You know, it just gets different because you start to see more when you get older, and I think that's the sucky part about it. The sucky part is that people are starting to do this now. People are starting to like get scared because we're delineating because they're in a bad situation. You know, There was this thing I was watching yesterday. I think we're gonna watch that one too. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. If I can find it, we can watch it. Mm, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I have been watching yesterday. So yeah, man, I'm gonna tell y'all off the strength. I'm a Tariq Nasheed advocate. I like Tariq Nasheed. You know, he has actually helped a lot of Black Americans. Like, yo, we had. Let me tell you something. When Dr. Umar can have a channel where we can call in and ask him questions, no matter if it's trolling or not, I will definitely support Dr. Umar. But it's just he's not on that type of time. He's always on this love and peace shit. Love people that don't love us. You know? Like I always tell people all the time, where the fuck was Dr. Umar when all this bullshit was going on with Africans? You know? He defend them more than he defend us. And like I understand that you feel closer to Africans, you want to be more African than other people, and that's cool. It's just don't come over here and be like, oh, why aren't you helping your brother? You know, your brethren. Nah, fuck that nigga. Because at the end of the day, when I needed help, y'all was on that shit. You know, I think I found it. I think it's this one. It's like 40 minutes long though. You know, so that's the crazy part about it. I think we're gonna actually do like 20, 30 minutes of this stuff today, just talking. Cause you know, like the first hour, hour and a half, we just talk. Y'all go crazy in the live chat. I answer questions. I talk to y'all. Definitely, that's super dope. And like I said, I thank y'all for even watching my channel. You know, and like y'all actually be. Hold on one second. This plate smells. I actually got close to my audience, and that's super dope. I never thought I would have a relationship with y'all like that, you know. Like I always tell y'all, if y'all want to ask me questions or y'all want to talk to me, y'all know y'all can email me and I'll answer my email. And you could be like, "Hey, yo, homie, I sent you an email, blah, blah, blah." Like what? Like what's his name? African Village. You could have sent me an email and said, "Oh yeah, da 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 da. I don't like how you did this, and that." Egg Gang could have did the same thing, you know, and I still support them. They went crazy, but at the end of the day, I still support them. At the end of the day, like Egg. Let me tell you something about Egg Gang. Egg Gang probably don't know that I went on his page and seen some of his shit because I sent him a sub. This motherfucker does music. He's probably from a different country, but doesn't know that like most black people will support your music. Yes, I'm trying to get reparations, but at the end of the day, I still support your music. Because I still want to see you win. It's not about, a lineage thing when it comes to, like, supporting people. You know? It's... That's why I always tell people all the time, like, those people are tribalistic. But at the end of the day, just out of my foundational Black American nature, we don't do shit like that. We don't hate on niggas like that because oh yeah, I'm trying to get my channel off and popping. Like nigga, I saluted you when y'all try to troll me, talk about oh yeah, you gonna come up and do this and that. I'm gonna break your glass. Yeah, you try to break my glasses. Yeah, cause people don't understand. Boston is very different. Boston is very, very different from most states. You know, most people in Boston don't understand that, I can go, these motherfuckers is telling me I can't get this, but they're not giving me information of getting certain things. But me, I always research stuff and I pass this information out. If something's happening in your state and I know, I'm going to throw that information to you. Just like the dude, I don't think he was from the No Jumper show, but... And the reason why I don't think he was from a No Jumper show, because he said he's Sharp's cousin. This motherfucker said he's Sharp's cousin, but still works at No Jumper? No. You're lying. You're lying. How the fuck they disrespect your fucking cousin and you still work there? You just trying to save the white man. They say, yo, I'm trying to save Adam 22 so I could get some cheddar milk biscuits with the cheddar and some catfish nuggets, nigga. That's all you gotta say. Just say you did it for the catfish nuggets. That's all you gotta say. I was like, oh, I can't. All right, my nigga, I ain't gonna fuck it up for you. If you love this white man that much, just tell me. And I'll be like, all right, my fault. I set my boundaries. I want you to get your catfish nuggets. You know? So it's just, people just don't understand that. Like, you shouldn't threaten me. First of all, this shit is live. I can't cut, paste, anything. When it's live, it's just live. So that's why, like me, I don't delete anything. Only time I fix it is if I get a copy straight and they tell me, yo, I need to take some of this shit down. All right, cool. I can do that. Because I got this thing to cut and paste the thing that they want me to take out. All right, whoa, cool. You know, it's just, I do want to say this also. Like, yeah, we troll over here. We do, yo, we get crazy over here. There, if you have watched a lot of my episodes, and you could just go back, I'm not gonna even delete half those shits. There's more episodes, and it's on Rumble. I just stopped fucking with Rumble and stopped using Rumble and just went to YouTube. Like, yeah, I just went to YouTube and said, fuck Rumble. I'm not fucking demonetized from anything. That's for the demonetized rejects, you know? Most of the demonetized rejects. If you got demonetized, you're going to Rumble. And you might not make that much money. You know, you might just pull out with some nigga pennies. You know, it's just... It sucks, but... Yo, there's certain shit you have to follow, man. If a motherfucker say you can't do this, yo, you gotta code things different. This was the whole thing about being woke. That's why I always tell people all the time, white people don't know what woke is. Woke is an old fucking 1960 word. When black people started getting into the doors, motherfuckers used to be woke. We say woke because at the end of the day, it's just being on code with another black man. Oh, yeah, he knows what I'm saying. You give him that nod. He's like, oh, nod. You know, you go over there and start talking, woo, 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 woo. The man understood you. He's on code. No, it's always about staying on code. It's just y'all young kids, and I have to say young kids now because I'm hitting 40. Even though I don't feel like y'all young kids, it's just y'all just dumb motherfuckers. Y'all just not on code with y'all own community. Everybody else is playing chess and y'all motherfuckers is playing checkers. And I'm talking for the coon motherfuckers. Y'all cool motherfuckers who can't stay on code. Like Charleston White. Charleston White is always going to be off code with people. Always going to be off code because at the end of the day, these white people are paying him. So he could say any and everything crazy about black people and black women. And he could bring, oh yeah, I shot a white man, yada yada, nigga, you didn't do it. You didn't shoot that white man. You went on, you took the stand and said your boy did it. That's what you did. And we gotta be personally honest. He didn't shoot nobody, he didn't kill nobody. He just passed, if anything, he just passed the gun to the nigga. Then now he's all rehabilitated with life. Then when motherfuckers wasn't fucking with him, that's when he wanted to be, oh yeah, fuck y'all black people, yada yada yada. Had to say the outrageous shit just so people could see him. You can't even be righteous. Then you had the audacity to talk about people who is righteous and doing the right thing, like Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed started off fucking macking bitches, teaching people how to get bitches. Then he said, yo, fuck that. I wanna help my people. Give me a second. He was like, yo, I want to help my people. Oh, you was a pimp. You killed somebody. All this crazy shit. But I'm going to say this. Miss Yvette. Miss Yvette, I got smoke for you today. And the reason why I got smoke for you, Miss Yvette, is because all that bullshit that you used to do and all this crazy shit that you was saying, trying to sound smart and all this and that, and you went backwards, like, yo, I didn't know you was trifling like that. I did not know you was trifling. When you talked about, when you had the audacity to talk about Miss Welsh over, a fucking preference, cause she said, "Oh yeah, it's white supremacy." Miss Welsh said, Miss Rachel Welsh, if that's her name, if I'm saying her name right. Ooh, excuse me. She has done a lot for Black Americans, a lot for the Black community, and I don't know if she's Black American or Haitian, but she has done a lot. You know, Miss Yvette had the audacity to try to get her out that fucking seat because she's trying to say Miss Roche was homophobic because she said what she said about homosexuality, and she was thinking that it was a white supremacy because of the people who was running the LGBTQIA community and how they leached off of Black America. I have an issue with that. And the reason why I have an issue with it is not because you're a homosexual. It's because the narrative that you pushed. I don't care if you eat lick on some carpet or suck a pole, my nigga, but that is not my job. That's not my business. My business is which the agenda that you try to push when they were helping Black Americans. You did the same thing that Pan-Africanism was doing. You and this Pan-Africanism shit is the new church, the new Christianity church. I have to say that. I have to say that. I thought I would never say that in 1,000 years, but Miss Yvette, I would have supported you for a very long time, but you know what? You don't mean no good to us. And when I talk to this guy probably later on this week, I'm gonna say like, yo, I don't want nothing to do with Miss Yvette. I'm gonna be personally honest. Y'all can fuck with her. Y'all can ride out with her. I'm not riding out with Miss Yvette. She sabotaged Miss Welsh. And Miss Welsh has done a lot for the Black community. I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that. So this is why I said, yo, we gotta have to watch a reaction video too of Tariq Nasheed, everybody's favorite here. But we're gonna get busy today. Definitely gonna get busy today. I just, to me personally, it just didn't feel right when, even with Miss Yvette, I'm gonna be personally honest, it just didn't feel right. And also too, if y'all can, just for me, can you go on X and follow? Hold on. I'm gonna put it up on screen, all right? The Reparation Committee in Boston. I will put it up on screen. Just give me a second. Hey, what's up, YouTubian? How's everything? Yeah, we gonna get busy today, man. We gonna get busy today. But I need y'all to do me a favor. Give me a second. This what I put up. If y'all have Twitter or X or anything, can y'all please follow? It's one of my commissions. Um, cause we gotta get these people some more followers, man. We can't be they can't be slacking like this. Right here, I need y'all just to follow. Throw us follow. You could say salute, Oroshalin, um, put me on to y'all and stuff like that. It's just definitely it just helps the reparation. Even if you're Pan African or from a different, country, just follow. You know, and it's just to help them out. Definitely, definitely, just help them out. Who's this? Oh, Anton Johnson. All right, salute. What's going on? What's going on, Kwame? The man, the myth, the legend. Kwame. Kwame, did you tell them who you're related to? Yo, Kwame's related to Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm always fucking with Kwame. What's going on, Kwame? How's today? You too. How's today going? Y'all doing good at work? The FBA feel the black community is a real question. Yeah, Kwame's ready. Look at him. That's why I told him I'm gonna start early today. I told him I'm gonna start early today with the questions. The FBA is done since 2019. Oh, you want me to answer that question? We had y'all stop leeching off of us. We start to see who are doing these crimes. Okay, good, man. How's Queens treating you? You know I'm gonna go out there soon. Hey yo, also too. Hey yo, follow that Boston reparation thing commission for me. They need more subs, man. I mean, they need more followers, man. They only got 40 followers, man. We're gonna get them. Yo, tell them, man. We're gonna get them right, man. I'm gonna try to see if the audience can get them right, man. Yeah, definitely, man. We need to get them right, man. They hurting, man. But we gonna get them right. I don't know what they doing right now, but to me, it just doesn't look good. So you know what? If I can help, let us help. If we can help anybody, that's what we do here. We get busy, we help, we joke around. We dig deep into these politics. We get ethics. We get super black here. Sure, put the link up. I'm gonna put it up here. Let me see. Give me 1 second. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do super. I'm gonna throw this in the live chat. And I just need y'all to just follow them. Gotta make sure every single. Yeah. Oh yeah. Cause I got some words for Miss Yvette, man, and it's not good, man. She rubbed me the wrong way, man, when I found out some information about her. What she did to Miss Walsh, I didn't like it. I think that was so super dope. I thought it was super fucked up. And Miss Welsh helped everybody. Hold on 1 second. And Miss Welsh helped everybody. All right, I threw it in there, everyone. Just, try to follow it. See if we could get some more followers for them. Thank y'all. I do appreciate it, though. But yeah, we getting busy today with that because FBA is still an internet thing. ADOS still's on that. Yeah, ADOS, let me tell you something. ADOS, I think ADOS got another agenda. I didn't think that before, but I think that now. I'm not even going to lie. I don't want to say it, but it's just, yeah. FBA, actually, we can't say it's just an internet thing because, look they had a reparation rally. AK, come on. That's crazy. A reparation rally? We never had a reparation rally. Or we haven't had a reparation rally in forever, if we ever did have one. But this is what we doing right now. But hey yo, I got it since y'all here right now. Hey yo, y'all think I should go live for the Juneteenth? Let me see. Let me see what you said, Kwame. Give me a second. A rally is a achievement. It's a start. That's the thing. That's a start. ADOS had years to do this. ADOS had years to do this. Like, this went from nothing to something. You know, and like, look at it now. It's millions of people calling themselves foundational Black Americans. Now we got people mad because people are delineating from the Black diaspora, saying that, yo, we're something else. Making major moves as a Pan-African. What moves did he make? What moves did he make that was, that's saying that, yo, you know what? They're about to get busy. To me right now, he's in the Gaddafi stage. Yeah, I've been starting. It does move the needle. That's actually bringing everybody together. You know, when you bring people together, then you can make moves. Like I already told people all the time, I don't think Trump ain't gonna do shit right now. But at the end of the day, Republicans knowing now, like, damn, man, yo, we got to get these motherfuckers on board. Yeah, yo, we killed the numbers, the percentage this year for the next 4 years, but it's not always gonna be like this. It's always not gonna be this easy. Republicans already know, it's like, damn, we can't make mistakes like the Democrats did. They've been doing this shit for 80 years. And Democrats know that, yo, Black Americans has been the bread and butter forever. That's their bread and butter. It has been their bread and butter. We kind of should have knew because of Hillary Clinton, because nobody voted. That was like, was it the second smallest percentage of votes? So yeah, we should have been knew that after the first. But I'm gonna say this: we know now. We know now. We about to get busy. Let me see what you said, Kwame. One second. Live chat. Electrical car company kick out the French. Right now it's just about getting on code, Kwame. Like, we are making moves. We're about to get into politics now, man. We're about to get into the media. I'm talking about not just Twitter, like movies, and motherfuckers gonna have to fall in line. Making movies, pushing the needle of like, okay, yo, if y'all with us, y'all with us. If you're not, yo, go with Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism was set up by the CIA, so we already know who's running that. Y'all talk about Africa all coming together, but 7 years ain't nobody on. No, we're all on code. We all on code. We're asking questions now. Oh, yo, where's this person from? Where's this person from? Oh, he's over. No, that's not us. Now, y'all can't give us his bullshit and say all Black people do it. Nah, we ain't doing that no more. Yeah, we're starting to see that it's all these immigrants that's causing all these problems. and Butu go steal some, go scam somebody, then they be like, oh yeah, see, it was a black person, and then Butu be like, oh yeah, see, it was black, it was a black man over there, you know, that dirty nigga over there. Yeah, nah, we ain't doing that no more. We find out now. We find out it's in Butu. So where's the major role? Oh no, they're talking about it. They're talking about it, especially in Boston. These Democrats are getting desperate now. Yeah, they're getting desperate. They're desperate. You didn't see what Ayanna Presley, that bullshit that she did? And I have some smoke for her too? Yeah. Ayanna Presley get some smoke too. The fuck? Yeah. She's getting smoke. Yeah. She's getting smoke. Don't think we don't got smoke for our own people if they don't fall in line. Yeah, we pointing them out. We gonna tell them like, see, she did that for the catfish nuggets. You know? Policies, you know, tangibles. This is what we going for. Well, the Democrats have to talk about it now. They're gonna have to do something. Election season is coming up too. We might fuck around, just give it to the enemy, the Republicans. Even though both of them are the Republicans. Yep, tell him, YouTubian. He don't know yet. His mind is in the Wakanda, you know. My man's trying to build a Wakanda in fucking Africa right now. This motherfucker over my man Kwame, man. Yo, when you build Wakanda, I'm gonna come and see you in Africa, alright? Yeah, man. I told you, Kwame, man. Yo, we out here right now, man. This is why I say, yo, I'm so proud of my people, man. Yo, I'm so proud of my people because at the end of the day, they stand 10 toes down, man. They let these people crash out. And yeah, we had the old Negroes talking about, oh, they're going to put us back in slavery. We heard Mike Masters talk about we're going to put them in slavery. My uncle was on that shit too, man. I was like, nigga, yo, you been doing drugs so long, man, fucked your mind up. You think you going back into slavery? That motherfucker probably in hiding right now, you know? So has been created. What do you mean has been created? You mean laws? You talk about laws and all of that other stuff? That shit takes time, Kwame. Sometimes that shit takes 10 years. Sometimes that shit takes 15 years. You know? Let me ask you a question. How you giving us a time limit and all of y'all motherfuckers y'all couldn't do nothing for like 15, 20 years? After less than 10 years go by, y'all talk, oh, y'all didn't do nothing yet and all this and that. Yo, we putting everything together right now. We letting everybody crash out. Yo, America's about to shut down because of us. Because we're not helping. We're just watching y'all. You got Venezuelan bitches talking about, yo, let me stay in your house and stuff like, yo, niggas is hurting out here. What jobs have FBAs created or businesses? What do you mean? Like, Kwame, I don't get what you're talking about. What type of jobs that we have created? Nobody hasn't created jobs in a while, Kwame. You mean like started companies so people can work? Is that what you mean? Yeah, that's the thing. Pan-Africans created jobs, countries. What countries did Pan-Africans create? Come on, Kwame. What country did Pan-Africans create? I gotta hear this. Yeah, man, they trying to find a place to stay now, man. Yo, in this motherfucker state, in Kwame's state right now, there's Venezuelan bitches on the highway selling fruit with their baby strapped up to them. Yo, them niggas is wilding right now in New York. That's immigrant city right now. And this is what they doing in Kwame State. They created Ghana as a Pan-African. That shit always been a Pan-African. That, Kwame, that's not a Pan-African state. They kicking black people out now. Because they got their money. Now they got to leave. That's what it is, Kwame. All those black people say, oh, yo, I wish I would have never came here and all this, and that. Patrice Lumumba created the Congo. But Congo was already created. It's just divided. That's why you got the Congo Republic or Dominican of Congo or some shit like that. Yeah. Cause that dude right there, Patrice Lumumba, I used to go out with his great granddaughter. Yeah. She lives in the United States. She lives in Vermont. She's married and everything with like 3 kids. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Your people, Kwame. Yeah. Thomas and... But you got to look at it. They haven't done nothing for everybody. That's just a money grab, Kwame. He didn't put nobody out. Lumbula didn't put nobody out because you know why? They're still getting their resources taken in Congo. We try to vibe out. Get you Kwame, I told you, yo, YouTubian. Kwame be at work, man. He was ready for this. Yo, he probably seen this shit because I put this out last night. I think, was it last night I put this out, Kwame? And yo, y'all got bit. Yo, he was like, yo, I'm about to take some notes. Kwame be ready for these questions, YouTubian. So yeah, definitely, yo. I'm gonna start the collab joint tomorrow, next week, I think. I'm gonna try next week. So definitely I'm gonna need, hold on one second. What do Pan-Africans have done for Buck? Ooh, that's a tough question, Kwame. That's a tough question, Kwame. What has Pan-Africans have done for FBAs? I want to know that, Kwame. Also known as the African Parallel, is the body of the African Union. It held its... But okay, Kwame, let me ask you something. That's actually good. I'm glad you said that. But Pan-Africanism culture been happening ever since you said 1904. I think Pan-Africanism got popping in the 1960s. So why haven't this union have been started? Why? You know why? Because all of us have been following. Only Black Americans have been following it. So why is it starting at 2004? In 2004, I was 19 years old, man. And nobody knew about this union. So now the question is, what has they done for Foundational Black American? Yes, it's a union, but Pan-Africanism is a Pan-African movement is a union too. You know? Let me see what you said too. Yo, that's just like HR 40, the one, what is it? The ASCA, the CAC. That's just like I'm gonna say this. That's like the HR 40. You know, so I do have a problem with that. Created a college study on a university level in America. Education avoided European ways of education. Yeah, Kwame, that's cool, but you can't Africanize everybody. This is what that study is for. It's for it's another white supremacy. If you kind of look at it, Because you just said everybody's from Africa. At once, everybody was from Africa. Yep, it benefits Africa. Utopian's right about that, Kwame. I do give you A for effort for the Pan-Africanism, but it's just not gonna work. Black Americans been supporting Pan-Africanism for years, for decades. Over probably 60, 70, 6 or 7 decades we have been supporting Pan-Africanism. But we have been by ourselves, so that's it. No, year of reparation is not moving to another country, Kwame, and dealing with Africans that don't accept black people. So we're not moving to Africa. You know? That's why I say, yeah, that shit's for the birds. You know, am I against it? No, I wouldn't say I'm against it, but I wouldn't move to Africa. If y'all want to move to Africa, yeah, move to Africa. You know? Look at what's his name. Mos Def went to Africa and came and brought his fucking ass right back. He damn near cried to come back to America. Because that shit wasn't cut out as he thought it was going to be. He changed his name and everything. And he came right back to America. You know? Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Kwame. I don't know if you have family members that, you know, are not like citizen. Africans do accept black people. We are one, and many of us will be returning home to build it. No, y'all ain't gonna build that. Y'all keeping y'all ass here, Isaiah. And shout out to you, Israel, Isaiah. Shout out to Isaiah. Thank you for the question, but I mean, thank you for the statement. But y'all ain't gonna build that country. Y'all not the Japanese. The Japanese got their shit bombed and came to America, got all the knowledge and built their country back. Africa ain't doing that shit. Africa's gonna build their land for themselves. Then after that, that's it. That's all y'all do there. Y'all gonna get education and all the skills here and don't teach nobody. That's what y'all do in Africa. But shout out to you, Isaiah. I feel where you coming from. I wish you would do it. But I know you're not going to do it because I think if y'all did do it and share all y'all information and skills, your country will be a better place. You wouldn't have to come to America. You got to look at it. The Japanese don't even have to come here no more. You know? 2025, the African Union has set a powerful and necessary theme. Justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. But they're not on the stepping ground with us. Nobody don't know who they are. I didn't even know who you was talking about, the African Union, until you told me that. So I will do my research and figure out who's the African Union. And with my homie, I'll talk to him about the reparation things in the African Union, see if they could come together with us. But we got to figure it out. But the thing also too, Kwame, if Africans and Caribbeans was on the same time with us, we would have been got reparation and we would have been helped Africans and Caribbeans in America. We would have built our communities and would have invited y'all into our communities. We would have bought acres just so y'all could come over here and y'all don't have to deal with the bullshit. Because that's what type of people black Americans is. It's just, you know, it just doesn't work. Hey, Isaiah, also hit that sub, man. Violate that sub, man. You know, but yeah. That's on the international level, not state. See, that's what I'm talking about. How does that support us if it's an international level? You know, how's that international level when we're dealing with the state? That shit doesn't do anything for us, Kwame. You know? Like that, it's a good thought, but what does that do to us on who's on the battleground? You know, United Nations, and look at United Nations can't even get fucking Israel out of Palestine. What is the United Nations gonna do? They ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing. You know, they scared to say that shit. That shit that's happening in Palestine is it's genocide. They scared to say that shit. You got some people like Africans saying it because don't forget a lot of Africans are Muslim. They're Muslim, so they understand. You know. But let's see what you say. But on the international level means the multiple countries are involved in getting the diaspora's reparation. No, I doubt it. And the reason why I doubt it, because they got no stroke. I gotta be personally honest. I don't think they got enough stroke to tell Black Americans what to do. I mean, tell white Europeans what they do. And the only people who, because you gotta also look at it. These white people, if they pass reparation in the United States, it's gonna start back where everybody's gonna go back to their country and fight for reparations against the Europeans. This is why I've been told y'all to support reparations. I've been told y'all to support reparations. But like I told you, y'all are so what's the word? Hold on, man. Sent this to you. Oh my God. But y'all are just so y'all so tribalistic where if y'all ain't getting it, nobody can have it. You know? And I think that's the fucked up part about it. You know, they can leverage their resources. FBA don't have nothing to leverage African countries. See, that's why I said, why do we have to do something for you? We've been doing shit for y'all ever since the 60s. We have stopped wars that was happening into your countries. We have went to your countries and fought and taught people guerrilla warfares in y'all countries. Brother, don't be surprised when you see planes sent from many African countries into the United States telling Black people to come home. Nah, we ain't coming home. We built this country. Why would we come home to something we built? This is the tribalistic shit that I'll be telling y'all about. Y'all telling us to flee our country because y'all fled your country, and y'all gonna go back to y'all country and tell us to flee our country to go to your country and build that country. That doesn't make sense, Isaiah. Like, I understand, build Africa, we could be this big power country, but you gotta understand that it's not gonna work. Because all y'all gonna do is kick us out. If y'all really wanted to fuck with us, why didn't y'all give us dual citizenship? Y'all should have been gave it. It took y'all over 150 years to give us dual citizenship. How crazy does that fucking sound for us to go to your country and y'all don't even give us dual citizenship? Y'all just started giving us dual citizenship. And the reason why Ghana gave us dual citizenship, because they owe money. Like, YouTubian, I can say this. I do gotta agree with one thing with Isaiah. They do have resources, but the white people take their resources. They're the richest, poorest country ever. They're rich in resources, but poor. They're like the dirt poor country. And they want us to fight their war. They want us to help them stop these white people from taking their resources. Because the queen owns that country, owned damn near half of Africa, the continent of Africa. And they want us to go there and listen to the fucking queen. Yeah, they have no power. Yeah, they're taking all their resources. That's what they're doing, and they want us to fight their war. We're not fighting your wars no more. We're not helping no more. We're not protesting no more. Because you know why? When y'all come over here to this country, you sing your words. Yeah. Benin, Nigeria, Togo. That's why they speak English. And that's why some of them speak French. Some of those are French colonies. Yep. The Chinese own. Let me tell you something. Some of that dance hall and that patois music that y'all play, the Chinese people helped y'all with that. Yeah, the Chinese people help y'all with that. They helped y'all with the electronics. Mm-hmm. Your phone can't be created without Africa. It can. It's just it'll have to be. It'll have to be. It can't. But it's just gonna be on some different shit. You know. Are you sure, Isaiah? Do you got lineage in Africa, like second, third generation in Africa? Yeah, but you gotta understand, we can buy that shit. We've been buying that. We didn't colonize Africa. That's Europe. Europe colonized that. You gotta understand, England colonized a lot of Africa because you gotta look. If they didn't colonize Africa, England wouldn't. England wouldn't be running. England wouldn't be running. That country would have been screwed. You know? Give me a second, everyone. Okay. Yeah, it's just that country wouldn't be running. England colonized Africa. England can't grow no products. They have no resources. Their resources come all out of England. I mean, all out of Africa. No, I'm from LA, California. Africa is the land of forefathers. It was our land of our forefathers. We haven't, like, a lot of us hasn't been in Africa in over thousands of years. And oh shit, bit my tongue. It sounds far fetched, but we have no lineage over there. These motherfuckers is just naming these countries: Nigeria, Benin, Togo, Congo, South Africa. Like, all these names were named from white people. These countries are not no older than 300 years old. These are like 200-year-old countries, 100-year-old countries. But y'all call y'all South Africans. Do y'all even know where that name Africa came from? This is why. Do you need to get them texts? The African Methodist Church is a Christian founded by. Kwame, stop reaching. My man always reaching. Our ancestors identify as Africans, not Americans. Yeah, we just started. Yo, we just started identifying by Africans in the 1980s. Those were named from no. Those were named by white people. Nigeria, it was named by a middle-aged white woman from England. Yeah. Maybe Benin, because Benin was colonized in 1899 by your good old friends Nigerians. Oh, with the help with your good old friends Nigerians. Why you think they got a Benin City in Nigeria? That used to be all one big old country or tribal area before they sold out, the Obas. What was we called? We wasn't called Africans. No, 1980. It was created by Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson, the con artist. The con artist Jesse Jackson, yes. Jesse S. Jackson is a black American. But he told everybody in the 1980s that everybody was going to be African American. It wasn't the 1738. They were calling us niggas and Negroes. Because not all of us got off that boat, Kwame. We went through this, Kwame. You reach it again. That's why I always tell everybody all the time. We go through every time we have a show, we talk about this all the time. Am I right, Kwame? We always talk about this. Did all black people got off the slave boat? We talk about that all the time, right, Kwame? I even gave you my evidence. The earliest known. Nah. Kwame, they were calling us niggas. They didn't call us no African Americans. African wasn't even their vocabulary. It was niggers or cattle. Or natives. Yeah. And salute to you, Isaiah. Yo, you holding your own out here, man. You giving out, hey, yo, you giving out great statements, man. I do appreciate that, though. Even though I don't agree with it, it's good statements. I like it, you know. And you know, YouTubian's always doing his thing. He always gives his 1-2 out here. You can do that, but so who we are indigenous. I wouldn't say Africans. I would say we're indigenous to this land because we've been here forever. We were here before white people were here, and probably even the Slavics. You got to look at it, Isaiah. You find our antiques in here. We find. Put it this way: our DNA is African. All of us has African DNA. I do agree with that, Isaiah. We have African DNA. But so does white people, so does Asian people, so does Indian people, so does the South Pacific people. All I can tell you is that there was already what we call Africans already in America. We had an ethnogenesis. That's why we look different from Africans. I bet you, Isaiah, if you walk through Africa, they're going to know that you're not African. Or they're going to know you're not from this native land. And the reason why is because you had an ethnogenesis. Yeah, ancestors taking off the slave ship for what's happening. No. Remember what I told you last time, Kwame? Isaiah, but we were Africans. A German was even though it's in the. Yeah, but you got to understand we had an ethnogenesis. And ethnogenesis changes everything. A full-blooded German or European can be still American, but at the end of the day, they had lineage starting in Germany and they migrated over here. They immigrated on a boat over here. We already was here for years, for generations. You know, and I can't, and even actually, like I said, I spoke to my great granddaddy. He didn't say that much, but he never told me that I was a fucking African. I tell you that. And he was born in 1892. He has never told me, he's like, yo, you're an African. He has never said that. You ever know that the old folks never said that? Like that we're African? Yeah, but that's rare. You're giving a hypotheticals. And you know me, I know you don't know me, but I don't really do hypotheticals. But if we're going to do the hypotheticals, we can do the hypotheticals. There have be people, yeah, there's some people that only mix with hold on. Some of us have no mixtures with anything but Africans. But that's very rare, you know. Cause you gotta look at it. There have been people. There have you gotta look at it. There's only 4% of Africans that came off that slave ship to America because there was already somebody here. This is why I asked this question. If less than 400,000 people from Africa came to America, and all of a sudden in 2025 there's over 40, we're gonna say 42 million Black Americans. That doesn't make sense. And the reason why it doesn't make sense because you can't get that number from 400,000 Black Americans. I mean, 400 Africans. I'm just being personally honest. That doesn't make sense because there is knowledge of self was taken away. Yes. But you got to also understand too, yeah, that was taken away from us because we thought all of us came over here from on a slave ship. That was told to us. But when you put the number, when you try to put the numbers in order, it just, the math isn't mathing. That's one thing I'm going to tell you. The math isn't mathing. It's not mathing because, give me a second, because we're going to go to a video in like 5 minutes. The math isn't mathing because 400,000 people can't produce over 40 million people in a matter of 400 years. It's impossible. That means there was already people here. There were already people mixing with other people. And I'm talking about natives, other natives. Yeah, but at the end of the day, we could tell you that y'all came from Africa. Because that was a slave colony. America wasn't a slave colony like that. You had other parts of America that people will drop off people, but it wasn't a slave colony like Haiti and the Latin countries and Brazil. Yeah, it wasn't a slave colony like that. You know? Yeah, that shit was dropped off to Brazil. Brazil got more slaves than anybody. Brazil got more slaves from Africa than anybody, even America. America, like I said, only had 400,000. That means there was already people here. Give me a second. I want to do a research on something. Okay. Yeah, so it was Brazil. You know? That's why I say it just doesn't add up. The white people that were here before, which were Nah. There were Africans from Mali already here. You gotta understand, Africans migrated everywhere all around the world. That's why you had Africans building Europe. They built Spain. They built Germany. They built Russia. They built England. Like, Africans built those countries, but those were Moors. Now, I'm saying that to say this. What you think they did in America? Not in America. It wasn't no 500 million slaves in America. Kwame, we looked this up. It's impossible. They sent, like I said, they sent 400,000 over, and I think like 20,000 of them died. A little bit under 20,000 died. No, they wasn't. They were black people, Kwame. Those were Africans. No, there wasn't Arabs, Kwame. Arabs are white. You know Arabs are white, right? They wasn't dark skinned like us, Kwame. You know that too, and you're like, you giving credit to another race that has nothing to do with that. Arabs can't even build their own fucking land. Now all of a sudden, because they got Dubai, they built that land. They're not even real Arabs. That's the crazy part. Was the population of 2,000, 2 million, or 15%? Nah, Kwame, that's, come on, Kwame. We can't do that. We're not going to give credit to these people. There were already people here, Kwame. Yes, there was already people here. I told you about my situation. I would never leave because I told you, but my family, I have family, I had family like probably like 300 years ago in Alaska. I had family in Alaska. So I don't know how long they've been in Alaska for, but they made it all the way down to the south. Yeah, the question was they had. They had. And you're talking about Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa had castles. You know? And it's cool, because Mansa Musa was the richest man ever that was African. But he tricked out all his money. I could say that. He tricked it out to Egypt. And them motherfuckers, and they were the modern day Egypts. I mean, they were the original Egyptians. We got to do this, Kwame. Give me 1 second, Kwame. All right, Kwame, you ready? Give me a second. Mm. Let me see if this is. All right, you ready, Kwame? Approximately 12.5 million Africans were shipped to the New World during the transatlantic slavery between 1525 and 1866. Of these, 10.7 million survived the journey and embarked in North America, the Caribbean, Caribbeans, and South America, while the exact number of Africans who landed in the United States is different to determine. Estimated suggests around 400,000 to 470,000, or above 3.6% of those translate. No, Those transported to to America arrived in North America. Hey, salute DJ X1. How's everyone? How's everything? So what does that mean, Kwame? How many people came to America? Between 400,000 to you're not going to say it? You're not going to say it, Kwame? To I literally just gave you every 20 years old. Kwame, we just read it. We just read it, Kwame. The people who came to America, North America, was between 400,000 to 470,000. They took 12 million, 12.7, we could say, we could say 13 million slaves from Africa, and they went to the New World. The New World isn't just America. It's South America, it's the Caribbeans, it's South America. So there was only 400,000 that went to America. You don't believe it? You don't believe it? Oh my God, what's going on, DJ X1? Kwame bad right now. Kwame bad. He thought millions of people came from Africa to America. He thought 10 million people came to America. Kwame, you're wildin'. Kwame, there was already people here. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. There was already black people here. Oh, DJ X1, it was less than that. Oh yeah, it was less than that. Oh yeah. Let's make it half. Cut that in half. That's what we he think people are all African here, man. This is why I say, yo, this is why I always tell him, and this is why I tell people I think Pan-Africanism is COINTELPRO. I think it's CIA. Cause it just doesn't make sense. So but we gotta get into a good video. It's a quick, fast 7-minute video. It's the real reason Black history is under attack in America. Yeah, it's cut in half. I told him that. I was like, yeah, it's cut in half. You know, and there's this new guy, Isaiah. You know, he's coming on. I think hey, Isaiah, are you Pan-African? If you are, it's all right. It's just, you know, telling people, you know, who you are. That's it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. This is what we do over here. We do this damn near every day, man. You know. All right, here we go.
Cover history's untold stories. Your support helps us create in-depth content.
Understand America fully, its values, contradictions, progress, and persistent struggles. One must understand Black history. It is not a side story, not a footnote to the American narrative. Black history is American history. It courses through the very bloodstream of this nation, influencing every war, shaping every era, challenging every idea of freedom and equality. It's a mirror that reflects what America has been, a lens through which we can see what it is, and a map that guides us toward what it still might become. From the first enslaved Africans brought to the shores of Virginia in 1619 to the election of the first Black president nearly 4 centuries later, Black Americans have been at the heart of the American experiment, fighting for inclusion, dignity, and justice, often in the face of unimaginable odds. Their stories are not just tales of suffering, though suffering abounds. They are chronicles of resilience, innovation.
I'm gonna say that she does look African. She looks African. You could tell she looks African. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not that many Africans came to America. There was already people here. We were
Leadership,
already fighting. That's
cultural
why I always tell
brilliance,
you all the
and the
time, we were already fighting. We was already at war with America. That's why some of them they had to make deals with us. They had to call in other people to fight us.
persistent pursuit of justice. To overlook Black history is to leave the American story fragmented and dishonest. To embrace it is to step closer to a fuller, richer truth. The significance of Black history begins long before the United States was a nation. When the first Africans were forcibly taken from the shores of West Africa and brought across the Atlantic, they carried with them languages, religions, agricultural knowledge, music, and philosophies that would shape the New World. Despite the brutal systems of chattel slavery that attempted to erase their humanity, enslaved Africans resisted through rebellion, escape, and the quiet but profound act of cultural survival. They preserved spiritual practices, passed down oral traditions, developed new languages like Gullah, and laid the foundations for cultural forms that would later define American identity itself. During the Revolutionary War,
That's one thing I disagree with. The reason why I do get disagree about with culture is like I do believe Geechee is the Geechee people, they're African. They have some type of African ancestries. Like closer to like Haitians in them. What are you saying cap for Infinity? Salute to Infinity 74. Salute. But what you saying cap of? Because one thing I disagree is that's only one. That's like 3% a part of what they talking about Africans. If we're talking about Africans, color or not African. Yeah, but they're close. I'm not saying they're African, yeah, because everybody had an ethnogenesis. But, yeah, I do hear a lot of African son in there. Yeah, I don't think they're like traditional Africans. I do. Okay, this is what I mean when I say they're not Africans. They have lost their culture. They know nothing about Africa. Everything they created is of this native land. When I said that they are kind of African, I mean by some could have got off the boat and gave a little bit of tradition, but not much. Most of that is just native to this land. Because don't forget, this country was, no, don't do that, Kwame. I will say this. Even if they got off the slave ship, they haven't been there 400, 500 years, Kwame. So they had an ethnogenesis. This is where I say it becomes an ethnogenesis because at the end of the day, they lost their culture, they lost their traditions. They were mixing and mingle with natives. That's why those people who were over here off the slave ship, they are not even African anymore. They're native to this land. Their generation, generationally, that they have nothing attaching them to Africa. Because they don't know where in Africa they're from. So I do agree with you there that Gella where see, I didn't know that. Infinity 74 spitting some game. Salute. You hear what he just said? Oh shit. Infinity's getting busy. All right. We didn't know that, see? So now he didn't say Indian, he said native. Not everybody with like a native name is Indian. They could have been native blacks, native reds. It's just like when people say Jews. There's black Jews out here. There's white Jews. Go on, Infinity. Infinity getting busy. Go ahead. He can't prove that. We can go to the official color website. Yeah, but a website could say anything. Let me tell you something. We're so Africanized that we're disrespecting our ancestors for y'all. We're not gonna do that shit no more. Our ancestors was here. Our ancestors got busy here. First of all, we shouldn't even give a fuck about Africa since they want to sell people. They're the reason why they're in America now. So we're not gonna be like, oh well, you know, we're African and we need to go back to our African roots. Where was the motherfuckers when the motherfuckers was out here selling us? When them Africans, oh yeah, let's sell these people. They didn't give a fuck about this guy. Damn, Kwame. Yeah. We gotta say what we gotta say. That's why I said this shit right here. I don't agree with that part right there. That the motherfuckers when they got off the slave ship, they create Gullah Geechee and all this stuff. Nah, I don't believe that. You know. That's why I stopped that.
Both enslaved and free black men fought on both sides. Some promised freedom by the British, others driven by the hope that the ideals of liberty espoused by the new American Republic might include them. That hope would often be betrayed, but it would never die. By the night...
Yo, I'm gonna say this. Geechee food? Let me see if I got my Geechee book. Because I make Geechee dishes sometimes. No, that's Creole. Damn, I can't find it right now. Yeah, I got this Geechee book. Yeah. Like, even with the shit with Creoles and stuff, people's like, oh, yeah, we're Creole, we're a different lineage. And no, let me tell you something. Black Americans, we have, foundational Black Americans, we have different lineage, but those are subgroups. Those are subgroups. I was arguing with somebody on TikTok about that shit. And he got mad to, oh, you trolling. Then I didn't want to get online with him. I didn't want to get on and talk to him because I was like, yo, how you taking credit for some shit that, you know, we brought, you know, we created? It's like, yo, let me give you an example. Jamaicans. I love me some curry goat. But that curry came from India. India, the Jamaicans perfected it because the Indians didn't know what the fuck to do with it. They were just throwing a whole bunch of curry in it and cooking it with their feet in their hands and shit like that. And I advise people don't eat Indian food, personally. I wouldn't eat it because I don't think they wash their hands. Culturally, I don't think they wash their hands. So, but we got to give credit to Jamaicans because Jamaicans perfected and made better dishes. They evolved it. They reinvented curry. Motherfuckers wouldn't be fucking with curry if it wasn't for the Jamaicans. So we can't be like, oh, well, you know what? It was Jamaican. I mean, it was the Africans that made these Geechee dishes. No. You act like, yo, Kwame, let me actually tell you something. You act like okra don't grow in America. Rice don't grow in America. Yams don't grow in America. Peas don't grow in America. Hot peppers don't grow in America. All that shit was already grown. That shit was grown in America too. Like, yo, how you giving credit for some shit growing in Africa? That shit don't make no sense, Kwame. The fuck? Please research Southeast Indians. My brother, we are the indigenous people of this. See, I told you, Kwame. Kwame, it just grew in Africa. It grew in America. That doesn't mean that y'all created it. Doesn't mean Africans created it. How you create some food that grows by itself, Kwame? That shit sounds crazy.
19th century, the United States was expanding westward and deepening its reliance on enslaved labor. Cotton, the economic engine of the South, built empires for white planters and northern industrialists alike. but was built on the backs of enslaved Black Americans. The resistance to slavery took many forms. The Underground Railroad, Harriet Tubman's daring rescues, the fiery writings of Frederick Douglass, and the armed rebellions of figures like Nat Turner all challenged the moral foundations of a slaveholding republic. These efforts culminated in the Civil War, a conflict that would ultimately lead to the abolition of slavery, not simply as a moral concession, but as a necessity for the preservation of the Union.
What's going on, Shabaka? Salute to Shabaka. Shabaka Johnson. I know you related to Dr. Umar too, man. I know Dr. Umar's people coming in here, man. Yo, jumping on me. I know Dr. Umar's gonna come up in here trying to flame me, man. There's nothing we can do. Africans know how flavor. No, they don't. We brought here what we. No, you did it. No, y'all did it. There was only Shabaka. You missed it. We brought in some evidence to tell you that there was only 400,000 to 470,000 people that were brought here from Africa. Technically, I think there was only 308. What was the last time, Kwame? It was 388,000 that we looked up. So there wasn't that many Africans, Shabaka, that came to America. Yeah, it's the most successful failed country, nigga. I'm telling you, Kwame, it's a successful failed country. So, shout out to Africa, yo, but y'all a successful failed country, bro. Y'all have everything in that country, but still fail. That's crazy. Oh shit. Oh, let's see. Rice has been cultivated in the continent for over 3,000 years, particularly in West Africa. What's going on, Del Monte? Salute. Kwame talking crazy today. And Shabaka. Shabaka just came on. He's ready. He was ready. He seen Pan-Africa. He seen that title, Pan-Africa. He was ready. That man came, he came in the live shooting like, bah, 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 bah. He's like, yo, everything came from Africa. But, yo, Shabaka, you are right. It is the mother and father of civilization, but everybody in Africa migrated. They all didn't just stay in America. Didn't stay in Africa. Yo, crazy. Oh, shit. We getting busy today.
Yet, even in victory, the promise of Reconstruction was quickly undermined. Black Americans briefly experienced a flourishing of political and economic freedom. Black men voted, held public office, founded schools and towns, and built communities. But this progress...
Oh yeah, again, I know there's some new y'all who just popped up. I need y'all to do me a favor. I need you to if you have Twitter or X, I need you to follow the Black Reparation Commission. I will put it up there again. Give me a second. I'll put it up there again. I just need y'all to follow because they need some followers bad. So just give me a second, everyone. Yeah, so we could get busy out here, Then we can help y'all with y'all country and stuff. So, yeah. Because black people ain't going to leave you hanging after we get reparations. We can't leave y'all hanging. Give me a second, everyone. Yeah, so just go on there right there and just follow. That'll do a good thing for me. And also hit that, violate that the subscribe button. That'll be definitely helpful for my channel as well, too. All right, let's get back into the video.
Progress was met with violent white backlash. The Compromise of 1877 effectively ended Reconstruction and ushered in the era of Jim Crow, an apartheid system of segregation, disenfranchisement, and terror. For nearly a century, Black Americans in the South and often in the North lived under laws that restricted their mobility, denied them access to quality education and employment, and subjected them to constant racial violence. Despite this, they built thriving communities. Institutions like the Tuskegee Institute, Howard University, and a host of black churches and mutual aid societies became centers of resistance, learning, and pride. The Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s and 1930s mark another major turning point, not only in black history, but in American cultural history writ large. Writers like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay, along with musicians like Duke Ellington and Bessie Smith, helped birth a uniquely black and American artistic expression. These voices redefined American literature, music, and art, even as systemic racism continued to limit economic and social opportunities.
Y'all can't get it? All right, give
In
me
the
a second.
mid-20th century, the civil rights movement emerged from a long tradition of organizing and resistance. Fueled by generations of struggle, it brought the fight for equality into the national consciousness. The Montgomery bus boycott, the sit-ins, the freedom rides, and the March on Washington were not spontaneous events. They were the result of decades of grassroots work by people like Ella Baker, A. Philip Randolph, Fannie Lou Hamer, and countless others whose names are less widely known. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream, Malcolm X's demand for justice by any means necessary, and the Black Panther Party's emphasis on...
Hey, yo, Kwame. You can't get mad because our movement is bigger than the Pan-African movement right now. We're on code right now with the Pan-African movement. You can't get mad about that, Kwame. Kwame, it's impossible. It's impossible, Kwame. You know why? First of all, we was born in America. It didn't work, Del Monte? Let us not make the same mistake. We have no power here. Well, we're gonna all right, we're gonna go into the next video because
self-determination
but
each
give me a
offered
second. I will say this. I'm gonna answer each and one of y'all statements. Shabaka, this is our country. We was here before white people. We were here before the Slavic natives. The difference between us is we built it. White people would have been eating each other if it wasn't for us. You know? To delay for contact. And I feel like, you know, let's personally be honest. We built the black Americans created the greatest nation of all ever since fucking Jerusalem. The first Jerusalem. There has never been a great country like this. Do we have problems in this country? Yes, absolutely. We have problems in this country, but we created the country. Let us not make the same mistake. So I answered that question. And making the same mistake, the mistake that we have made is trying to fit in with Pan-Africanism. People giving us Pan-Africanism. When we ask the question, what part of Africa we're from, we don't got no answers. But our ancestors, our uncles, our aunties, our great-grandparents, our great-great-grandparents, our great-great-great-grandparents came from here. We are the soil of this country. We are the soil of this country. Immigrations and the remark of black Americans by the white people back on the hiring by salute to Satchel, Ohio. I don't know what you're talking about, but I will answer that statement after. I'm giving you a shout out. But Kwame, they can't deport us. It's impossible. It's impossible. How can they deport something that was already here before them? You know, we were here before them, so they can't really get mad at us and try to deport us. We are Americans. We're more American than they are. They know where they came from. They came from England. They know their generation is from England. Some of them came here in the 1800s. Some in the 1800s on boats. You know? But I'm going to say that. But now I'm going to go to Satch, Ohio. Immigrations and remarkings of Black America. So those are books. All right. I'll definitely look them up. Thank you. I will buy them. Kwame. How you create a country? You wasn't even citizens on. How can you say that we were citizens? We were from this country. We were from this country. You still with that old narrative, Kwame? Kwame, you're talking about the Louisiana War, that war. Y'all just came up here just to clean up. We did all the heavy lifting. We did all the killing and getting these motherfuckers out because we knew Louisiana. All this Creole shit that y'all trying to spew and all. Oh, we're Creole. We're Creole. We're from like five. Them niggas is trying to claim fucking Spaniard. You claiming your own fucking oppressors. Are you fucking serious? Let's personally be honest. I even get on Spanish people about that shit. Oh, I'm from Spaniard. I'm Spaniard. Nigga, why you claiming somebody who probably fucking violated one of your great grandparents, nigga? Why the fuck would you why would you wanna claim that shit? That shit don't make no fucking sense. I even get on Spanish people about that shit. But Kwame, you can't take credit for some shit that your people haven't done. Caribbeans haven't done anything. Yeah, they did come up here in the 1900s to build a fucking little bridge. But other than that, them motherfuckers went back. Was there some people here? Yes. Cicely Tyson was here and she got Caribbean background. And she been here since the 1900s. But at the end of the day, she's from the Caribbean. She even says she's Caribbean. She wouldn't get reparations, but she understands that. You know? Yeah, but Kwame, you gotta understand what type of people were they talking about? Was it the people who got off the slave ship, or was it the people that were already here? That's what you have to figure out. You know? That's why I say, yo, sometimes with your questions, you just can't point out one little thing. You have to look at the whole picture. It's like, yo, were they talking about enslaved people, or was it they talking about the natives that were fighting? Because the natives that were fighting were black. They wasn't red or anything. They were black. Yeah. But Native Americans are citizens. How you can tell what a Native American is? How can you tell them that they were native? Even though there were more than just natives in this land. This had been documented that there were Africans here. A lot of Africans that were here. We did import and export with Africans. But some stayed, some left. Some migrated to parts of America, South and North America. It was easy to get here in America. So they're not. So if they're not U.S. citizens, what are they? How are they immigrants? Or are you saying that they're immigrants? Why refuse pay? I gotta answer it because it is. I'm the host, so I know I answer his questions every day, the same questions every day. I'm cool with it. So I'm just trying to make him. One time. I just want him to say that. Yeah, I am right. He's gonna say it, even though he brushed over the question, brushed over the information I did give him about Africans who came over here to North America. There was only 470,000 Africans that came over here. He tried to brush off that Del Monte, but I gotta answer the question. Yeah, I gotta answer it. But let's get into this video. Marcus Garvey was not Pan-African. This is for you, Kwame.
Contrary to popular belief, Marcus Garvey was not a Pan-African, nor was the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Are there similarities?
Yeah.
Definitely. Just as it could be said that the movement espoused civil rights, but it did not endorse neither philosophy. Marcus Garvey and the UNIA was birthed out of the great tradition of African nationality, also known as black nationalism, along with its mighty forebearers, such as Paul Cuffey, Richard Allen, Martin Delany, Robert Campbell, Edward Blyden, and Henry Highland Garnett, to name a few.
That was a good one,
Traditionally, the UNIA had more in common with Martin Delany's National Immigration Convention and the Colored National Immigration and Commercial Association, founded by Bishop Henry McNeill Turner, who advocated immigration to Liberia and the purchase of ships, versus the Pan-African Association, founded by Henry Sylvester Williams, which called for biennial meetings at its first and only conference in the year of 1900. African nationalism
Now, Kwame. So Pan-Africanism was created in the 1900s, huh? It wasn't your boy Marcus Garvey. Let me see what Shabaka said first. The people from the Caribbeans are African. Read the history. I'm not disagreeing with that, Shabaka. They are. I said that Caribbeans and even Latinos are more African than Black Americans in America. I said that. Probably. We're gonna watch this and we're gonna see. I actually agree with you, Isaiah. I think they're trying to send us back to Africa through Pan-Africanism. Not all of them. Those are quite. There's only a few of them. There's only a few natives that were reservation. But you got, reserve what casinos. But I do got to say this. Most of those native reds, are drinking their fucking life away and probably, offing themselves. Especially in Canada. So, how you think you got Black Canadians? Not all of them ran from the South up to Canada. There was already some still there.
Predates Pan-Africanism more than a century. In 1773, 4 slaves addressed the legislature of Boston to submit to such regulations more than a century. In 1773, 4 slaves addressed the legislature of Boston to submit to such regulations as may be made relative to us until we leave the province, which we determine to do as we can from our joint labors, procure money to transport ourselves to some part of the coast of Africa, where we propose a settlement. In 1787, a group of 80 blacks from Boston petitioned the legislature to resettle them in Africa. During the 1800s, men such as Delany ascribed to the same.
I'm just saying, okay, the whole thing of this this whole video watching this is finding out. Because don't forget, we say this all the time. Y'all say this all the time. Marcus Garvey created Pan-Africanism. So I found a video saying who created Pan-Africanism. Pan-African was created in the 1900s. So if they're saying that these people who created Pan-Africanism, why can't we give them the credit? Y'all talk about this African American shit, this African stuff, African this, African that. We're finding out who created the Pan-African movement. They're saying that they came up to Boston and did an event. Why is this a problem? Why is this shitting on your leaders? We're not saying Marcus Garvey wasn't iconic and he wasn't influential. But we are saying there are probably more things that we do not know about Pan-Africanism that we should try to figure out and do research on. Why is that a problem, Shabaka? Like, you can't get mad at history. If this is history, or if you can figure out, oh, yo, that's not right. It was this guy. And you could bring out some, and you can bring out the evidence, yeah, so be it. But let me ask you this. This is a good question. Let's say after the term African American was created in the early mid 1800s. It didn't have no type of power. It had no power into the 1980s. What is that saying? Are you sure? There wasn't no black. I said black. I didn't say Africans. I said black people. There were black people in Canada. I have family in Canada that was in the 1800s, 1700s. But they were natives. They were black, but they were native. They were considered natives. That's why I asked you. Okay, this video is saying that he's not Pan-Africanist. He's not a Pan-Africanist. This is what this video is saying. He was more of a liberal, was it a black liberator than a Pan-Africanist. And Isaiah, you said that's our only hope. No, we're not going back to Africa. You could go back there. Nigga, if you want to sleep on some dirt, my nigga, you can. I'm not sleeping on no motherfucking dirt in Africa. I'm sorry. And I'm not trying to, shit on Africa, but, nigga, where we going to stay at? We're not used to that type of fucking environment. We're probably used to the heat, but we're not used to those living habits. So yeah, that shit, you should throw that shit out the window, my man.
Thought. In addition to the bylaws of the African Civilization Society's constitution, he drafted 3 articles for Garnet's society. In the second article, he wrote, "The basis of the society and ulterior objects in encouraging immigration shall be self-reliance and self-government on the principle of an African nationality.
Thank you,
the African
Delmonte.
race
They don't
being
even
the
want us
ruling
there
element
anyway.
of the nation, controlling and directing their own affairs." Blyden once wrote, "An African nationality is the great desire of my soul. I believe nationality to be an ordinance of nature, and no people can rise to an influential position among the nations without a distinct and efficient nationality." And Garnet, presiding over the African Civilization Society, is quoted in the Weekly Anglo-African, resolved that this meeting recognize
I'm sorry,
the
but
special
I gotta
qualities
answer this from Isaiah. Isaiah, even if we all had the money and we all moved to Africa, there's not enough mansions to fit 40 million black Americans. There's not enough. It's just really not enough. It's not enough for from us. America wasn't created until 1776. Yeah, the name America, yeah, we could say that, but we created the country. This is what we're trying to tell you. That's Independence Day. You know, we are mostly going back in time. It happens, and we're not. They tried that bullshit last time with Liberia. Not that many people went back. Fuck that. Why the fuck would we go to that country and we're gonna start all over again? Who wants to start all over? You know. So I get it. I do want to say this to the Pan-Africans, the Pan-Africanists. Why would we go back and they treat us fucked up here in America as it is? I don't need no dick. Yeah, me either. Me either. It's just they don't even like us anyways. Why are we going somewhere else where they're not gonna like us? Africans don't like black people, and you know that. And this is the disingenuous part that I'm talking about. I'd rather move to Jamaica before I move to Africa. I'm just being personally honest. I love Africa and stuff. I love African people and all that other shit, but nah, I don't love them that much to move near them. You know, fuck their women, yeah. You know, other than that, eat some of their food, yeah. But nah, we're not moving to Africa, man. That shit is dumb. No, ain't no corner store. Yep, there ain't no corner stores just on the streets. I don't even think they got streets. They got dirt roads. So, yeah. Then you got people shitting in the streets and stuff, and there's no. And if they really cared about their people, they should have made porta potties and have like sanitation workers. You know, it's sad, man. I wouldn't wish that shit on my worst enemy.
The African race, the promise of an African nationality, and anticipates in that nationality a valuable element in the commonwealth of nations. Marcus Garvey, too, would arrive at this conclusion and state in 1924 that it is clear that the question of African nationality is not a far-fetched one, but is as reasonable and feasible as the idea of an American nationality. To further illustrate the point, the slogan, Africa for the Africans, echoed by Garvey, can be traced to Martin Delany in his official report of the Niger Valley. Our policy must be,
so was this nigga Marcus Garvey stealing people's talking points? That's something to think about. Now I want to know who this guy is. See, yeah, I couldn't do it once we left. It's left. Yeah, I wouldn't move to Africa, man.
I hazard nothing in promulgating it. Nay, without this design and filling, there would be a great deficiency of self-respect, pride of race, and love of country, and we might never expect to challenge the respect of nations. Africa for the African race and black men to rule them. By black men, I mean men of African descent who claim an identity with the race. With such prospects as these, with such a people as the Yoruba, and others of the best type, as a constituent industrial, social, and political element upon which to establish a national edifice, what is there to prevent success? Nothing in the world. Garvey would later add, those at home and those abroad. He also remarked, for 5 years, the Universal Negro Improvement Association has been advocating the cause of Africa for the Africans. That is, that the Negro peoples of the world.
Yo, well, how about this? I will move to Africa once they build the country. Once they build a country, I'll move to Africa. If they don't build it, I'm not moving. How about that? Oh, did you want black Americans to help you build that shit too? You already got a free ride over here. We the ones who did all the fighting and all the other stuff and fought for people's freedom, and y'all just came here with a fucking fork and bowl, talk about can I have some? Are y'all gonna help us build a country? Are y'all gonna build that country before we get to Africa?
World should concentrate upon the object of building up for themselves a great nation in Africa. Du Bois,
Yep.
at the Pan-African Congress
right,
of
Don Monty.
1927, adopted the slogan after previous congresses and the first conference held in 1900, but did not ascribe to its core tenet of building up for themselves a great nation in Africa. This would mark the beginning of the confusion between the two philosophies and terms, black nationalism and Pan-Africanism, being used interchangeably. Despite the UNIA's drafted and unanimous resolution passed against Du Bois in the Pan-African Congress.
So hold on. Can we say Marcus Garvey was a black nationalist instead of a Pan-Africanist? No, and I rock with Marcus Garvey. I even think the Jamaicans did him dirty. But can we say that Marcus Garvey was more Pan-Africanist? I mean, more black nationalist than Pan-Africanist?
In 1921 at the Second International Negro Peoples of the World Convention. By this time, Garvey was serving a sentence on trumped-up charges in just a few months before being deported. The infrastructure of the Universal Negro Improvement Association shares many aspects of its respective progenies. The Garvey movement maintained the tradition of holding conventions versus conferences and congresses held by the Pan-African movement. Organizationally, Liberty Hall meetings mirrored the African Civilization Society and local chapters of the Liberia Exodus Association, with the opening hymn, From Greenland Icy Mountains, the reciting of the Book of Psalms, chapter 68, verse 31, Princes shall come out of Egypt, Ethiopia
Facts.
shall soon stretch out her hands
Facts,
unto
Del
God.
Monte.
The Pan-African movement took a totally different course. It was one of the first integrationist organizations of the 20th century. The Pan-African movement was financed by Europeans dating as far back as the first Pan-African Conference held in 1900. Today, Pan-Africanists proudly embrace and display the colors of the red, black, and green flag.
So, I do want. I know. I'll hold off on that. I'll let this
of
rock
the
for a little
UNIA
bit.
movement, and use the slogan "Africa for the Africans," coined by Martin Delaney, which are standards.
Who said
of black
that?
nationalism.
Somebody was
Is
in the
there a
live
difference
chat
between
yelling
the two
that. Was that you,
movements?
Isaiah?
Absolutely. The first
That man's
Pan-African
on code
Conference
with the
was held by
Pan-Africanists.
Henry
Go on,
Sylvester
homie.
Williams in Manchester, England, July 1900. Yet, a Chicago newspaper 7 years earlier, in 1893, considered the Congress on Africa to be the first Pan-African Conference. The Great Congress was unquestionably one of the most notable convocations of recent years in any country. We have had Pan-Presbyterian, Pan-Methodist, Pan-Anglican, Pan-Missionary, and Pan-Congregational councils, but none signified more than this Pan-African Conference. The Chicago Congress on Africa was held during the same time as the 1893 Columbian Exposition in Chicago, commonly referred to as the World Fair. The fair's purpose was to showcase the contributions of world people, but minus the major role people of African descent played, at least not in a positive light. In opposition to the World Fair, the black community attended the Congress on Africa, which was held simultaneously in Chicago. Subjects ranged from history, religion, and civil rights. It was convened by white theologians who invited a cross-section of black leadership. The next biennial Congress would be held in Atlanta, Georgia, which coincided with the Cotton, States, and International Exposition. This is the same exposition where Booker T. Washington gave his famous Atlanta Compromise speech. Despite Garvey's admiration for Washington, his message to the black nationalists in his speech was,
"Those of my race who depend on bettering their condition in a foreign land, or who underestimate the importance of cultivating friend relations with the southern white man, who is their next door neighbor, I would say, cast down your bucket where you are. Cast it down, making friends in every manly way of the people of all races by whom you are surrounded.
Washington held his own Pan-African Conference in 1912, a year after the passing of Henry Sylvester Williams. During the time of the two Congresses, Henry Sylvester Williams had settled in America from 1891 to 1896. In an editorial, Timothy Thomas Fortune, journalist, activist, and Congress on Africa participant, gives an account of fostering the initial idea of a Pan-African Conference, March 1906. Some 10 years ago, Mr. Fortune suggested that the time was right for a Congress, out of which might be evolved an association of the Africans and the descendants of Africa from all parts of the world. A West Indian residing in New York at the time the suggestion was made seized upon it and after a while issued a call for such a Congress. To support Fortune's claim, Bishop Alexander Walters, who played a major role at the Congress on Africa in 1893, was elected president of Williams Pan-African Association at the conference. The Pan-African Association appears to be modeled after the Afro-American Council, which was from 1898 to 1907, founded by T. Thomas Fortune and Bishop Alexander Walters. The Afro-American Council was established after the defunct Afro-American League, which too was founded by T. Thomas Fortune in 1887 to 1893. It was an all-black civil rights organization and predecessor to the Niagara Movement and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, which Walters served as a member. Walters states that the Pan-African Association's constitution, adopted at the conference, was similar to that of the Afro-American Council, which Walters currently served as president.
Okay, I do want to say this. We try to unite for over 40 years with Africans. 40 years. All of a sudden, when y'all get in trouble, that's when y'all want to, oh yeah, come and help me, nigga. I need your help. Please, I make you some goosey soup with some bush meat on the side. You know, it just... Yo, we can't keep on doing this shit. Niggas just try to say y'all back. That's when y'all want to get help. But let me ask you something, Isaiah. If you're trying to bring us together, why didn't you help with reparations for Black Americans? Shabaka, if we're all Africans, why aren't you helping with reparations? Why aren't you helping your brother get what he needs, and that's reparations? You telling him, yo, forget about it. Help me with the Pan-Africanism. Kwame, let's go back up to you. Instead of, what about you? Why aren't you helping with reparations? All we heard from you is, oh, you're not going to get it. Why aren't you not going to help him get it? If you know he ain't going to get it, why aren't you helping him? This is the tribalistic shit I talk about. Isaiah, this is the tribalistic shit I talk about. When it deals with y'all and y'all problems, Black Americans always have to be in the forefront for y'all. We always got to be in the forefront with y'all. Pan-Africanism, black nationalism, your wars. This is the first time in like probably 40, 50 years that black people did not help. Black people did not say anything. Black people are not on code with other black diaspora. That's a sign. That's saying something. That's saying that, like, yo, y'all been shitty people, man. That's what it's saying. Y'all have been shitty. Y'all been shitty to them. They killed and discredit, like, they don't They don't want us to unite. Y'all was created by the CIA. What are you talking about? Pan-Africanism fucked us up 3 times worse. Y'all was the one giving us fucking Christmas, knowing that Christmas is a fucking a white supremacist day. We could even say that because at the end of the day, it's a Christian holiday. Bible doesn't talk about Christianity. The Bible doesn't talk about Christianity. They told y'all motherfuckers that there was only 10 fucking commandments. There's 620 commandments. But they don't tell y'all that shit. It goes into like eating, the way you dress, the things you do, the way how you carry yourself, the things not to do. You let this white man, you talk about us, y'all let this white man basically trick y'all out of a bag and told y'all, yo, have these niggas go back to Africa. So Kwame, you are saying the Bible is a Hebrew Bible. Because let me tell you one thing I do agree with y'all. Yeah, we should unite. But why do we only have to unite when y'all niggas need help? That is my issue. We've been fighting for reparations. Why didn't y'all say, hey, brother, let me help you? What you need us to do? Why didn't y'all help start the coalition with the reparations? Why do we have to, every time we get into some bullshit, we have to do it ourselves? I never heard him say that. I heard him say that he's for black Americans. You know? Yeah, because he was a black nationalist. That's why Marcus Garvey was uniting everybody. He was a black nationalist. He wasn't no Pan-African. This is what we're figuring out now. Yeah, okay, you're saying that we need the most help. Okay, say if we do go to Africa, where the fuck in Africa we're going? We're not going to Nigeria because they'll scam the shit out of us. We're not going to fucking Zimbabwe. We're not going to South Africa. Y'all have a hard time with the white Africans. Where the fucking Africa we're gonna go? Ghana? The ones who sent us, Ghana and Senegal, the ones who sent us to sent the 400,000 to America? Fuck no, you crazy? Why the fuck would we go back to Ghana and y'all sent the motherfuckers to America in the first place? Liberia? Oh, the part where the Liberians are fucking enslaving people? Fuck no. We're not. That's not even y'all country. That's the Arabs' country. Where the fuck are we gonna go? Because if we go to Liberia, we're gonna have to fight for Liberia from the Arabs. That shit don't make no fucking sense. That's why the motherfuckers left Africa. That's why they're not going back to Africa. They're staying here. When their mama said, "Oh, you acting up, I'm gonna send you back. I'm gonna send you back to Nigeria." Oh no, mama. No, mama, please don't send me back. I'll be good. I'll be good. That's what they do. They don't want to go back to fucking Africa. They're not going back to Africa, Kwame. No, that shit wasn't created. They gave us a little piece of a fucking land. No, we don't want that, Kwame. There ain't nothing there in Liberia. There's nothing in Liberia. Why the fuck would we go to Liberia?
Unfortunate secretary. Early African nationalists like Alexander Crummell and Edward Wilmot Blyden, who were instrumental in a national homeland for blacks in Liberia, were critical
My
of
fault.
the
I mean
Afro-American
Libya.
Council,
I was thinking of Libya.
which was openly
My
against
fault.
the immigration movement. Crummell and Blyden denounced the term Afro-American. It was the belief that a new caste system was being developed. Cromwell, in his words, considered it a fanatical and conceited junto, more malignant
Why aren't
than
they
white
on the
men pushing
forefront with us,
themselves
Kwame?
forward
I
as
mean,
leaders
Shabaka.
and aristocrats of the race, and at the same time repudiating the race. And what is the basis of their superiority? Bastardy. Equally unimpressed and more direct, Blyden compliments Cromwell's disdain by adding, its real aim is to secure organizations.
Tell Liberia to build a community, build a whole bunch of communities in Liberia, and black people will come. Other than that, no.
In which lazy and ambitious mulattoes may obtain easy positions of influence and emolument. And all
Now, audience, you see what I just told Isaiah? I was like, Isaiah, why aren't you supporting your brother with reparation? And look what he says. So you have hope that white people are going to change and give reparation. This is the answers that you're getting out of these Pan-Africans. See? Kwame, go on. What you just say? You praying white people be nice and give out reparations. Knowing that we fought. This is the type of shit that Pan-Africans say. I didn't say nothing. I just said, like, yo, I asked them questions. I told Shabaka. Instead of saying, like, yo, what did I say? Hold on. I told Shabaka, instead of telling people that, instead of telling somebody that they're not going to, no, Kwame, I told Kwame, instead of telling people you're not going to get reparation, why aren't you helping them get reparation? I told Isaiah, and telling somebody, instead of telling somebody to go to Africa, move to Africa, help them get reparations in America. Then build something in Africa. Who are these people? These are imaginary people. These people, y'all gotta understand. I am now on a reparation commission in Boston. I don't see none of these imaginary niggas that y'all be talking about. I'm just being personally honest. I don't see none of these imaginary niggas that you be talking about. You know? This African Union shit, no. They haven't done nothing for reparations. I'm just being personally honest. All y'all want us to do is build shit for Africa. Get shit popping in Africa. Why the fuck are we doing that? Every time we help y'all, y'all turn on us. Y'all go with the white man and shit on us. So, why should we help you? We are finally worrying about ourselves because y'all didn't help us with our bullshit. So, you know what? We got to do it ourselves. Honestly, it just happened that shit is fucked up for you right now. Shit is fucked up for you right now, and you need help. Black people got to worry about themselves now.
Also, to gather together a crowd of mulattoes who will assume to represent the colored people
We've been
of the
doing
African
that.
question.
We've been doing that. What you think when we ask some question, where are the tangibles you're giving us? And they say, oh, we're doing this for people. No, we're talking about us. Oh, we can't do anything for you. Just only you. Okay, well, you know what? Best of luck to you. What do you think that is? Why you think motherfuckers didn't vote for Kamala? And she started crying, talking about, oh, y'all just don't like me because I'm a woman. What you think that shit is? We don't want to hear that bullshit talk about demanding. We've been demanding for the illest minute. This is why these motherfuckers is going crazy right now. Isaiah, you don't support reparations. It's all right. It's all right if you don't support it. Let me ask you something, Isaiah. if reparations passed, would you get reparations? I know Shabaka. I think Shabaka, he's from Harlem, so I know he's black. I know he's black. Yeah, okay, hold on. I'll do the Shabaka one after. Kwame, we already knew he wasn't going to do shit. But we let these motherfuckers hold their own nuts, and now they're figuring it out that they can't do it without us. That was the whole thing of doing that. Because we voted for Democrats for so many years. Democrats haven't gave us shit ever since the 60s. So you know what we did? We let them crash and burn. Like, yo, handle your own nuts. Now they're crying, oh yeah, we didn't vote for Kamala because she's a woman. No, we didn't vote for her because she's a bitch. That sucker shit that she tried to do to us. Talk about, oh yeah, we asking her questions like, yo, what type of tangibles she giving? She ain't coming to us. She's going to these white people over here that's gonna, spoon feed her answers. No, fuck that shit. We're good. She had a chance to go to Tariq Nasheed. She had a chance to go to Miss Vicky and them. She didn't want to go. She act like she didn't need the black community, so we let her fail. But Trump knew. He was like, yo, these cornball black people helped me. The suckers, the coons helped me. But niggas ain't listening to no Brian Donald and them. Them niggas is losers. Brian Donald thought he was going to get a job and didn't get no fucking job. We already knew that shit. We already knew that shit was going to happen. So it wasn't that we were happy that Trump won. We just didn't give a fuck. We just happy that, you know what? That shit that they were saying, oh, y'all. Let me tell y'all what y'all foreigners was doing. Y'all Africans and Caribbeans was doing. When Kamala was, and I have to say this, because y'all did this to me, yo. When I got into this podcasting game, y'all was talking crazy to me. Talk about, fuck you, nigga. I'm going to be in this country. Oh, yeah, we don't need you. Y'all niggas is lazy. Y'all are killers. Y'all are, single parents and shit like that. We got this. We ain't getting sent back. Kamala's going to help us. Yo, y'all thought y'all was going to win. Then when y'all heard like, yo, Kamala Harris got the ass whooping of the century. I never heard so many fucking people crying and begging for help in my life. In my motherfucking life. All jokes aside. Y'all motherfuckers was crying, talking about, please don't have them sent us back. Help us. Help us protest. Help us protest. Y'all was trying to sing fucking spiritual fucking songs with us and everything. Trying to feed us a goosey and bush meat and everything. Y'all woke up and smelled that motherfucking coffee and y'all knew that shit was in the game. Y'all knew that, like, yo, black people helped y'all so much. Black people fought for y'all to stay in this country, even when y'all disrespect us. Fuck the Democrats and Republicans. Yeah, but Shabaka, that's why they're not even, Shabaka, you're black American. You're not gonna get deported. You're not gonna get deported. These niggas is gonna get deported. Your people's gonna get deported. What money? What money is he taking? What money is he taking? This is what I'm talking about. Y'all make up these propaganda talk about we begging. No, we fucking shit up. We fucking shit up. Let me ask y'all a question. Since y'all Pan-Africans are so strong, why aren't y'all helping y'all African brothers not get deported? Y'all watching these niggas get deported. Kwame, you watching your African and Caribbean brothers get deported. You watching your Afro-Latina sister get deported. You're not even fighting for him. You just so throwing up your hands like fucking Kanye, like, what you want me to do? This is the shit I'm talking about. But here, go and watch this. I'll be right back, all right?
Crummell, who had attended the Congress on Africa in 1895, died 2 years before the Pan-African Conference, and Blyden, who made a submission to the Congress on Africa, did not attend the Pan-African Conference for obvious reasons. He believed in a more exclusively race philosophy to help redeem Africa and build an African nationality. Blyden was suspicious of Williams. In 1908, in a letter to the Liberian Council, he accused Williams of interfering in the South African struggle for independence. A more contemporary nationalist view on the matter comes by way of Marcus Garvey, who, in his article, An Expose of the Caste System Among Negro States, in New York, Boston, Washington, and Detroit, Garvey further discovered the activities of the Blue Vein Society and the Colonial Club. The West Indian Lights formed the Colonial Club, and the American Lights formed the Blue Vein Society. The Colonial Club would give annual balls beside regular or monthly soirees, and no one less than quadroon would be admitted. And gentlemen below the complexion were only admitted if they were lawyers, doctors, or very successful businessmen with plenty of cash, who were known to uphold the caste aristocracy. Could this be said of the Pan-African Conference and its association? Williams' marriage to a European. 1/3 of the conference attendees was made up of Europeans. 1/4 of the Pan-African Association's executive board was European. Its major funding source came from white philanthropists. Some notable philanthropists who financed the conference and association was Sir Harry Johnston, who played a pivotal role in brokering the deal to divide Africa at the Berlin Conference, commonly referred to as the Scramble for Africa. The Fabian Society were contributors, which is a democratic socialist movement. It was named after Fabius Maximus, commonly known as the Delayer, who defeated Hannibal by gradually prolonging the war. Its coat of arms
Hannibal
is of a wolf.
One thing about Africa, yo, he was a goon. Hannibal? What? That motherfucker used to ride on elephants and shit, killing motherfuckers. I heard that motherfucker killed over 1,000 people. He went against the Roman war. I mean, the Roman military, some shit like that. Yo, that nigga was a goon. That's the people that y'all need to be following, Pan-Africans. That's who y'all need to be following. What has Trump done? I could tell you he didn't put no laws to fucking affect us. I could tell you that.
Wolf in sheep's clothing. The society had a patronizing view of people of color, although Williams would join the society in 1905. The collapse of the association came shortly after the conference, while Williams and Walters were outside of the UK organizing chapters. Frank Colenso, treasurer of the association, was at the center of the dissolution of the organization. The next attempt of holding a Pan-African conference was the International Conference on the Negro, hosted by Booker T. Washington. Du Bois, by 1919, will hold the next gathering, distinguished as the Pan-African Congress. He would hold 4 congresses leading up to the historic Pan-African Congress held in 1945, which he served as co-chairman and was recognized as the father of Pan-Africanism by his newly Pan-African constituents. His first 2 congresses, in 1919 and 1921, were financed by the NAACP, which he received the Spingarn Medal.
Did y'all just hear that shit? Listen what this motherfucker said.
By 1919, will hold the next gathering, distinguished as the Pan-African Congress. He would hold 4 congresses leading up to the historic Pan-African Congress held in 1945, which he served as co-chairman and was recognized as the father of Pan-Africanism by his newly Pan-African constituents. His first 2 congresses, in 1919 and 1921, were financed by the NAACP, which he received the Spingarn Medal in 1920. named after Major Joel E. Spingarn, chairman of the NAACP, but more importantly, he served as a post-war intelligence officer. Under his chairmanship, the NAACP.
Hey, y'all gotta watch this yourself. I can't have them shit on Marcus Garvey like that. And let me tell you something. I'm gonna say this. I know y'all Pan-African movement is, y'all have an issue with that. No, he's not. Nah. Hannibal was a goon. He was out here. He's a freedom fighter. That man was a real freedom fighter. Hannibal was it. This dude was what's his name? Abraham. He's lit right now, but y'all didn't even give him no time to get busy. Shabaka, you didn't even give him time to get busy. Now, Shabaka, I'm gonna ask you this question. Now, everybody, listen to this. Shabaka, you're a black American. That's a black American. Shabaka's a black American, so he will get reparations. Now, Shabaka, I already know what you're gonna do with the money. I'm gonna have you say it. If you get reparations, what do you do with the money? I think you're gonna buy coke and get white bitches. But what are you gonna get with it? What are you gonna do with it? Yeah. Yo, Shabaka, you from Harlem? Y'all like to party? Is it gonna be cocaine and white bitches? Or are you coming down to Magic City with me, Kwame, and Rando to go get lemon pepper chicken with an extra lemon? That's what I'm getting. Yo, Kwame, is your boy gonna get the cocaine and the white bitches? I'm fucking with you, Shabaka. Hey, go on and say, it's nobody's neighbor, black queens out forever. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah. Shabaka, you just seem like a person that like white bitches. Is that right if you like white bitches, man? Kwame low-key like white bitches. Please listen to what your brother, the lies are. I'm going home. That's what you wish for. You ain't going home, nigga. Once you start seeing them dirt roads and there's no toilets, nigga, no running toilet, nigga, you coming right back. You gotta keep your $200,000 and come right back, my man. You gonna do what Mos Def did. Stay there for like 6 months and cry, come back, trying to come back. Yeah, man, they had Mos Def there for like 2 years, man. He was trying to, yo, please come, please let me come back. I wanna come back. Oh shit. Yo, I'm gonna try to get in contact with Mos Def just so we can have a collab. Yo, Mos Def came back. I'm sorry. And he's more Pan-African than you. That motherfucker, he dressed like a lad. No, he dressed like a, what the shit with the turbans and shit? Yeah, that nigga had a whole fucking Mortal Kombat outfit on. And that motherfucker, yo, he dressed the part, man. He thought he gonna stay in Africa. No, he can't. He brought his motherfucking ass right back. His rapid ass right back. Yeah, he's like, fuck this. These niggas don't got no running toilets. Them niggas eating dirt cookies. Niggas is living in mud huts, pooping on the side, digging a hole, pooping on the side. Yo. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking around, everybody. Africa ain't like that. Like, I don't know how Africa's like. I'm just joking around. But yeah, nigga gonna end up be living in a fucking mud hut. Yeah, you fuck around, Shabaka, you gonna be living in a mud hut, man. Yeah, man. All skinny with your belly popping out, nigga. Yeah, man. You gonna be mad tribal, man. So Niggas is gonna scam you. Yo, Shabaka, you gonna end up calling me from fucking Nigeria, talk about, yo, send me a ticket back to New York. That's what you gonna be doing, man. I'm like, I got you, man. He said, yo, these niggas took my reparation money. I'm fucking with you, Shabaka, alright? But Shabaka, stop fucking around. Don't go to Africa. I'm telling you, don't go to. I'm begging you not to go to Africa. You go to Africa, nigga, they're gonna take your reparation money. I'm telling you, if you get that money, don't go to Africa. Nigga, you're not even African, nigga. What are you talking about? 200, 300,000. Yo, that's just a start, too. No, that's the start of the money. That means you're going to get more money, and you're going to get tangibles, and you're going to get policies. Are you crazy, Shabaka? You're going to give all of that up for 10. You're going to give all of that shit up for dirt cookies in a goosey soup. All these fucking Africans that moved to America, you couldn't get a goosey soup anywhere? Hell yeah, man. Only time I'll go to Africa, I'll go to Benin for the Day of the Dead. All jokes aside, I'll go there. That shit's lit. Motherfucking bushes be moving around by itself and stuff. Motherfuckers be jumping like 40 feet up in the air. Woo. Motherfucker be doing voodoo and everything. Yeah, I'll go there. Yo, I'll go to Benin for that. Shout out to Benin. Benin is lit. And their cuisine, what? I'll go to Benin. If I ever build a house, it'll be in Benin. It'll be in Benin. Benin, yo, those are real niggas over there. They fought the British Imperial. Yes, they lost, but they fought. They fought to the death. Real talk. They took all their fucking antiques and put it in the fucking museum. Those are real warriors. All the other Africans, they're not warriors. They're fleers. They fled the country. Those are real warriors. Them Benin, that pride, what? Nigga, I heard stories that, yo, they killed the whole fucking military and only sent 6 people back, and they cut all the motherfuckers' heads off. Benin is lit. I fuck with Benin. Heavy.
Like
all of that discrimination, racism. You don't think reparations though? Well, personally, I think okay. You know, let's say we live in a world. The U.S. government gives out reparations, and you know, Black Americans get the number they get, whatever. I think Africans should still get a certain amount. It might not have to be the same full amount, but we should still get a stipend. Like
if we're
something.
sending reparations for the purpose of slavery, reparations like your 10 acres and a mule. We were never promised 10 acres and a mule. That was not a promise.
You don't think it's like slavery and how we're treated as being Black in
Babes,
America?
that's not what it's like.
And like levels of, you know, what is the word? Not even just disrespect, but you know, like all of that discrimination or racism. You don't think? You don't think you think it's like basically just slavery? That's the only reason. That's the only.
No, reparations. Like people who are asked for reparations are. It's like rooted in slavery. Yeah, like yeah. Your 10 acres and your mule.
See, they talking shit. They talking shit.
Yeah,
Look at them.
Run it.
Okay.
Like I don't really.
Now we're gonna watch your people talk shit. You ever heard of Mansa? Yeah, Mansa Musa was the richest man ever. Richest man ever. Richer than any Asian person, any white person, any Arab person. He was the richest. If they had this, if the currency was the currency now, he would be the richest man ever. I know Mansa Musa. Of Mali. I know Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa was the man, but at the end of the day, he tricked out his money. He was tricking off his money with the Egyptians. He was a trick. It's a fuck. That's what he did. He tricked out his money.
I want to put my opinion out here, but you know, it can change. You know, I'm still young. I still have time to be educated and you know more.
What do y'all think about Pan-Africanism? You know what that is?
Pan-Africanism.
Well, she'll take that in her class, though.
I mean, yeah, I'm literally an AADS minor, but hey.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We're ready.
One of the
My bad.
50. But like Pan-Africanism is like the idea that people should go back to Africa. Like African Americans should
I'm sorry, no.
Oh,
my bad.
I was like, whoa, that's a good term.
No, my bad.
Right. They're like, like African Americans should trace back their roots and go back to the motherland for sure.
Yeah.
What's being African?
That's a question. So what do we?
How do we feel about it?
Yeah.
I think it kind of like. I think if you want to do it, you should. You should definitely look into it. Ancestry and all that. I think it's fine. I think the problem.
Shout out to Riggs. Yeah, we done with Africa, man. We can't go back there. Who want to eat? Yo, if y'all want to eat dirt cookies all you want, my nigga, I'm not eating no dirt cookie. And I'm not pooping in no hole and digging a hole and pooping in it. Or just defecating in the streets. Yeah, I'm not doing it, player. We see Africans only benefit from us. We are not Africans. We are Americans. We are the American natives. We have been. Ooh, Kwame, you got competition.
Problem starts
You got
to come in
competitions, Kwame. I believe Ridge, man.
when it's like, some people might
Americans
view it
are-
as like
are for you.
like a
Stay
takeover
second-
thing. Not a
stay
takeover,
second
but like
class.
I know
They
in
did that
like
in Liberia.
but I know
Yeah,
in
Delaware,
Ghana, right? They're
they-
opening
they
our
blocked
arms to
our
so many
reparations
so
multiple times.
many like African Americans to come back, and I think that's a good idea. And to like
Ooh.
rediscover.
Kwame, did your Pan-African brothers and sisters block reparation? I think you did. I think your people did. Yeah, I'd rather eat that than bushmeat, man. That shit is not good for you, Kwame. Bushmeat, yeah. And you going to eat that deer probably in like in Maine and stuff. That's like white people food. Black people don't eat deer. Possums and raccoons, that's more southern. Like frog legs and shit like that. That's like country. And that's mostly white people. That's why they be wearing the raccoon hats, white people. You might catch a few black people eating raccoon and possum. My uncle eats raccoon and possum. The Jamaicans, Westmore, and Maryland, block out money. Ooh, Kwame, did your peoples do that? Yup. I actually believe this guy Ridge. Shout out to Ridge. I think he's he's talking his shit today. Yeah, go on, Ridge. No, he's Jamaican, Kwame. He's Jamaican. No, Westmore is Jamaican. He got a Jamaican lineage. Malcolm X's father is black American. He's from the South. I told you about that, Kwame. He always be trying to get
their
people with that
roots
Malcolm
and,
X shit.
Plant their roots there as well. So I support it.
I support it too. For sure.
How about you?
I think it's a beautiful thing.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, man. Yo, let me tell you something. When black people get reparations, yo, you gonna see mad Africans jumping on black people. Hey, FBA till we die. I believe it. But let me tell you why I believe it, Kwame. I'm gonna give you this, and it's super dope. And this is an 8-minute video. I'm gonna say this: the word Indian came from Europeans. The reason why they call them Native Indians because they thought they were in India. That's why they said Indians. And the Reds and somewhat of the black people look like Indians. Like they were in India. Because don't forget, there was dark-skinned Indians at the time. There wasn't these white Indians like what you see now. They were like my color. So they thought they were in India. That's why. So when you say Indian, I think those people that the Reds, they're like Slavic. I think they're Slavic. That's why I keep on saying Slavic. Because they were red, like reddish brown people. Could be. I don't know. You gotta bring out the research to that one. You don't have to go to Africa to be a Pan-African. Chattering of pig guts. I'd rather eat bushmeat. It's healthy. No, it's not. That shit's not healthy, man. Nah, I wouldn't eat. Yeah, nah, don't eat that. You'll get sick. Bushmeat, you'll get sick, man. You're wildin'. What? I'd rather eat the bushmeat. Nah, Shabaka. I'll visit. I'll come and visit you. I'll come and visit you. But yeah, America is an Italian word. Nah, I don't think that's an Italian word. No, I don't think American is an Italian word. That's like saying Africa is a Greek word because a Greek named the word Africa when they colonized it. But that is what we signed over 200 years ago. Treaties giving us land and money. Oh, okay. Sound like Tariq Nasheed's stupid ass joke. Tariq took the bag and now they're trying to separate it. What bag? What bag? They can't. Tariq Nasheed is a millionaire. Do y'all know that? He's a millionaire. He don't have to work no more. You know that. This motherfucker's out here driving Bentleys and shit. He don't have to work. All that money he used to get from his books and his DVDs and all of that shit, he's a multi-millionaire. He don't have to work. Yeah, see? I was thinking the same thing. We were called Indians before any other group. The people who are called Native Americans. Don't worry. Oh. See? Hey, I learned something new today. Told you, that's why I always want y'all to get busy in the live chat, man. Go on.
Mm-hmm. To like a certain extent. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, all right, I'm looking at it from this perspective, right? I'm talking about since the time I was in like elementary school type.
No, bring it up. We can talk
about it.
I
hate that conversation.
Everybody
did not bully me.
Here for.
Everybody did not bully me.
Okay, but I got
bullied. There was a
bullied.
few people that was doing the bullying.
That's still
okay.
You.
I got bullied. Okay.
Yeah, well, I got now.
Okay. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like you were going in so hard about bullying me. Like, you made it your passion.
Your goal.
Like, your goal. Like, you wake up every day in the morning just like, oh, yeah, I remember she African. Da-da-da-da. And you just go in. And so it's just like, now, oh, yeah, you wear. Never mind, I'm not.
You can say it.
I just think it's cool to a certain extent.
A lot of things are rooted in ignorance. Right?
Yes.
A lot of things are rooted in ignorance. At that time, it's very possible that they didn't know. People are young. Kids do stupid stuff. Kids bully, and they don't understand, like what it is that they're doing.
It's my turn.
Now that we are in a period and we are in an era where people are getting more educated on countries in Africa, and they are trying to be more abrasive of it, and they take into consideration that back then they may have been bullied. They may have been the people bullying. But now they understand. They want to get more.
Sorry, you can finish.
Like they understand. Now they want to learn more about the culture. Okay.
Well,
it's like everything's past.
Is that true, or is it just because it's trending now? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know if they're educated or if it's more like, okay, everybody like this, I like it too.
Yeah.
As trends are, every trend is like that. But like, because this specific, being African, being, having this kind of music, having this kind of style.
You want to claim something so bad.
Something is like, I mean, I think that's valid though, to want to claim something and to want to like be able to anchor onto something. But like, I think because it's trending is more the reason why it's more accepted. Less education. Not that people don't know, but.
You know how like back in like, when you was going to like the K through 12, how like, oh yeah, I'm Indian or I'm Native American. I'm Cherokee.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay. You know how I say everybody Cherokee. You see how that was like a trend? How you say, oh yeah, you want to claim something so bad. I feel like
I gotta say this. I hear a lot of people talk about the museum. We can't get mad because it makes money. Sometimes you have to turn one thing into two things. If it works, it works. It could be a fucking bar. It could be a museum in the daytime and a bar at nighttime. If it makes money, it makes money, man. You know, we can't get mad at it because it's making money. Things is about making money, so like we can't get mad about that. You know, so y'all gotta stop hating on Tariq because of that. He's making money for the museum, and he didn't have to do that. He could have just kept his money in his pocket. You know, he didn't have to do this for black people, but he did it.
Like it's like that, but
Wasn't
now, because that's the only tribe they know. Oh yeah, I'm Cherokee Indian.
But it's rooted in ignorance. So people who are seeing this trend and they're educating themselves.
But what if they're not educating themselves? Like, what if they're just receiving
not
media,
educating-
which
yeah.
is
I love
okay, but
everybody.
like, I wouldn't say education.
Sometimes you have to hate.
Always.
I'm all for black love, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you want, I mean, it's. I mean, I just enjoy black love because you know what I'm saying. It's just like make my heart smile and stuff like that. But then again, you know what I'm saying. Love who you want to love.
Absolutely.
You know,
I
so we're all inclusive.
wholeheartedly agree.
Personally, I've never like dated outside of my race before, but I'm not opposed to it.
Same.
Me
I never-
neither. I
yeah.
never dated outside my race. I be thinking sometimes, but then
I
I'm
was thinking about
like,
it. I was just thinking about it.
yeah, I be thinking about it. But then it's kind of like, do I actually want to do that for real? And then it's like, then it's like,
You're silly.
You're
I
silly.
don't
Next
know.
question.
You know, and like these girls. I did this video because he had these girls wondering, like, yo, and these girls make perfectly sense. They wasn't really fucking with the Pan-African shit. This is what I was trying to prove too, that they wasn't fucking with the Pan-Africanism, and they're college kids. So now the question is, where all this Pan-Africanism shit coming from? Okay, so let me ask y'all a question. Other than Tariq Nasheed, who else helps Africa? What Africans help out Africa? Not building schools and all this other stupid shit. We're talking about no. We can even say building schools and shit. There's only a few celebrities that do that shit. Other than that, no. Michael Blackson built a few schools. Like, Tariq Nasheed has done wonders for fucking Africa. Then you hear it's both, man. Why you hating on that, man? Now we're gonna see how Pan-Africanists will feel about Black Americans because we'll just watch it.
Hi, Mr. Nasheed.
In general.
So my name is Vanessa. I'm a political scientist.
Oh
I
shit! He said
graduated from
Africans
Harvard,
helpless.
and I just stumbled across like this whole FBA, ADOS movement. I've heard of it, but I've never done like a deep dive into, the purpose of it and what you guys are truly fighting for.
Right.
So I guess my question to you, I have a few
He has.
questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. So my question to you is like the FBAs are, I guess I pieced together like freed black slaves, right?
No, no.
Okay.
No. Foundational Black America. That's a name for the 43 million Black Americans who don't have immigrant background.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Because you have Black people who say that they're Black Americans, like Luther Campbell says he's a Black American, and you have some Dominicans who try to claim to be Black Americans, but they're immigrants. They come from immigrant background.
Eve Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with
Foundational Black Americans who were here at the founding of the United States, the people who actually built the United States, the descendants of freedmen. That's what a foundational Black American is.
Correct. And these freedmen that they are descendants of came from where? I guess that's my question.
Oh, they came
Some of them were indigenous to this land.
Mm-hmm.
They were mixed in with the African people who were brought over during the slave trade, and there was an ethnogenesis. So you became a new ethnic group. So the misnomer of calling us African Americans is incorrect because we ethnogenesis.
So I guess your stance is that before slaves were brought here from Africa, there was already an indigenous population, and that indigenous population was comprised of like dark-skinned black folks like we see today.
Right. Like Lucia woman.
So yeah, this shit's gonna get crazy, but I gotta say this. I think Kwame said the same thing you said, Shabaka, like a few weeks ago. But I'm gonna say this. I didn't see no 10 million people be marching. Who are these 10 million people that were marching? Where? Oh, yo, Reg is holding his on. So, Reg, I'm gonna tell you something. Kwame and Shabaka are good guys, but they're Pan-Africanists. So they're trying to hold their own nuts with this Pan-Africanist. So this is why I have this podcast. So if you get crazy, you just get crazy. Just do your thing, man. This is a space for y'all, you know? So yeah, salute to you.
People like that. When you look at the oldest fossil, and you can Google what's the oldest human fossil found in the Americas, you're going to see the image of a black woman come up, and it's called Lucia woman. It's a 13,000 year old fossil that they found and reconstructed. It's the face of a black woman.
Correct. And I'm not knocking that because, as I said, I'm a political scientist, and a lot of my study has been focused around like world history.
Right.
So I guess I was just trying to pick your brain a little bit and kind of see where you're coming from with this. So I guess another question would be, so the FBAs are descendants of an indigenous population. Some of them are descendants of an indigenous black population that was here already.
Mixed in with the African people who were brought over during the
Right.
Well,
Right.
That's
Right. I'm not knocking that. But I'm just saying what they teach scientifically, what they're teaching in HBCUs, what they're teaching in PWIs is the out of Africa theory. It's the it's the Pangea theory. It's the idea that all of humanity stems from Africa,
right.
right? And through hundreds of thousands and millions of years, we've migrated and we populated every corner of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
All of humanity comes from Africans,
Right.
right? So if you go and you look at the indigenous population of New Zealand, those are dark-skinned African folk. If you go and you look at the indigenous population of Brazil, those are African indigenous folk. 9 times out of 10, or a majority of the time, those folks have a large percentage of African DNA in their blood.
I agree that you have African DNA.
So you're not wrong when you say that there were indigenous Africans or black folk here in the Americas. We were everywhere.
Let's slow down. Let's slow down.
Okay, sorry.
Because you're making a point, but let's break this down. Now, certain people in Fiji and in New Guinea or whatever, even though they have African DNA, why do they not call themselves African?
Is your child struggling with a gaming addiction?
Salam, Ridge. Salam. He's disrespectful. He disrespects. Against him. Salam.
Major companies behind games like Minecraft, Fortnite, and Roblox are now facing lawsuits for knowingly designing addictive features that keep kids playing for hours, sometimes more than 4 hours a day.
That's a question.
Right. Correct.
Why? Why do you?
Why do I think that they don't call themselves Africans?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like the indigenous populations?
Yeah, of the people in Fiji who come from Africa, and they know this. They acknowledge their African lineage. They told me.
Right, correct.
But they themselves that. Even
That's because when we spread out, right, as African people, when we spread out and we spread out across the globe to populate the globe, we created our own sub cultures.
hmm
Okay, so a lot of people feel, I feel like a lot of people feel more of a connection to the subculture that they're a part of, rather than Africa.
okay, and that's fair, right?
Hmm.
So then why does it become a question when we do it? When we say, hey, we have a culture here because of our ethnogenesis, and we became a whole new ethnic group because we've been here just as long as some of these other groups have been on some of these islands. We've been here. So
Right.
why is it a question when we say, hey, we're not continental Africans? We're actually foundational Black Americans. We are the culture here. Why do you think many people have a problem with that?
But you've said that, to be a foundational Black American does not necessarily mean that you're 100% indigenous to the Americas, right? A foundational Black America could be an African that came on the slave ships from Africa, can also be a foundational Black American, right? Or
Yeah,
no?
yeah, just like the Fijians, they came over from Africa, but now they don't look at themselves as African. They're Fijian. So, yeah, like you said,
So I guess my question would be, as a Black person, because I'm a Black person, why would you want to, a not know where you originate, where you came from, where you do come from? Let's say,
slow down, stop.
you're
No, no, stop, stop.
He's gonna say I came from America because that's where his ancestors is from. His ancestors is from America. That's why I say most of these people don't, and like Nigeria and all these other people, they don't know where they all came from because they were all mixed and mingled in other countries. You know, no, Big Head was probably messing with Mbutu. All of that.
Stop. We come
okay.
from here and Africa. We come from a couple of different places, just like
But the people that come from here, that are indigenous to here, even if they're indigenous to here, where did they come from? Is what I'm asking. So when we're calling Africans tethers and stuff, it's kind of taking away from it's kind of delusional in a sense, because all of humanity stems from Africa.
okay, slow down.
Okay.
Well, tethers because they're African. We call people tethers who come over here and try to undermine us. Let's be very clear on the words, ma'am.
But I just feel like that's
Go
a lot of
on
rhetoric,
Infinity
because my husband
74.
my husband is Nigerian. My husband was
There
born
we
in
go. That
America.
makes
My
sense
husband
now.
looks
Look
like
at
any
it.
other Black guy. If my husband, when he goes
Oh, yeah.
out into the world, people don't view
Americans,
him
yeah.
as a Nigerian American. They view him as Black. So
I
I
said
guess
that,
my
Ridge, to
question
them.
Don't
is,
matter.
okay,
Ridge, I told him, I said the math is not mathing. That shit is not mathing at all.
Don't matter. He's not a foundational Black American, ma'am.
and that I don't think that matters, because he has his identity, and
No,
his identity is Nigerian.
okay,
So
when I go to Nigeria, they don't look at me as a Nigerian. Why is that?
have you ever taken any DNA genealogy test?
And I have Nigerian quote unquote, quote unquote
Hmm.
DNA. But when I go to,
Okay.
I'm not
What
looking at
percentage? Do
like,
you remember?
yes, ma'am, I've taken a DNA test. A lot of it is over in Nigeria, and they got some traces in other parts of Africa. But
Hmm.
a lot of us, they say that DNA goes over to Nigeria. But
Okay.
but I'm not considered a Nigerian at all. Why
Well,
is
were you born there?
no?
Okay, so then you wouldn't, then I guess I can understand how some people wouldn't view you as in the tradition, like in the traditional sense of the word, as Nigerian. But
Exactly.
that doesn't take away from the fact that you are.
And
And as you said,
no,
you
no,
don't care what
no.
them folk think.
Oh, ma'am, no. And you just proved my point. I wasn't born there, so I'm not Nigerian. None of my family was born there in the last, what, 5, 6, 700 years. You understand? So, yeah,
Hmm.
we had an ethnogenesis, ma'am. We're a whole different ethnic group. I'm not a continental African.
So when you took your genealogy test, what percentage of your blood was indigenous American?
They have little traces, but they don't have real markers for the indigenous Americans like that because
So I guess my question is, if you were to go into the Cherokee Nation, I live in Colorado, not too far. If you were to go into the Cherokee Nation and take a sample size of 5 Native Americans that are, we'll say modern Native Americans that we can see today, if we were to go and take their blood, do you think that their blood would show a large percentage of indigenous blood? And how would you
No,
explain that?
Introducing Mind's Eye.
you're gonna get Europe and Asian.
Okay.
Because the thing is, a lot of those Indian tribes, they didn't exist. A lot of these tribes were renamed by the European. The Creeks, there's no such thing as really as a Creek. You don't have a genetic Creek tribe. The Europeans came and saw a bunch of Indians by said, okay, you guys are Creeks. The Seminoles, that they don't exist genetically. There were the Creeks mixed in with some black Aboriginal people and some black runaways, and they said, okay, you're Seminoles, which is an amalgamation of the word runaway. So they don't have a lot of the genetic markers for those DNA tests. Those DNA tests are not very good at tracing direct lineage. It gives you very vague ideas of where people are from. And with black folks, they'll have our stuff all over Africa, because people were very nomadic. Then they got some of my DNA up in Europe somewhere.
That makes sense.
So a lot of these DNA tests, they're really good for finding out whose baby daddy and child it is. That's what those DNA tests are really good for. You got to really get into the paperwork, because the Native American tribes, to get some of the benefits, they don't go by they go by the genealogy. You got to find the paperwork and get all of that together. A lot of fake $5 Indians, a lot of white people cosplay. You do it.
No, and I'm not knocking that. I totally agree with you. I believe that the people that we
Slow down, I'm still talking, dear. If you do a DNA test on some of these white people who claim to be native, you're going to find out they're from England, Italy, Germany, all of that stuff. But again, with your husband or your boyfriend or whatever, I think you kind of have the cape on for him. But we don't call people tethers just because they're African. We call them tethers if they try to undermine us, and that's very valid to do. Let me get Professor Allen in real quick. Let me get our brother to chime in. Professor Allen, sir.
Hey, what's going on, family? I just want to let you know, those of you that don't know, I'm a licensed social scientist. I'm licensed in Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, provisional New York, and Louisiana. Well, anyway, I study this for a living. I want to tell our young lady at Howard that I want to remind her of something she probably doesn't know, that academic canon, when I say canon, I mean official books, are created to support the official narrative. They're not created to seek out the truth. Graham Hancock has been proving that with his work. Well, anyway, what I'm trying to say is these books make up a narrative to take us away from our land-based identity. The foundational Black American land is the United States of America. We've been here the.
You heard that shit, right? So he told the Pan-African woman that was supposed to be taken away from our land. That's why they gave us Africanism and all this other stuff. They want us to go to another country and take us away from what we have here. Now, why would they want to do that? Because we already built it. That's why. But at the end of the day, if we all leave, they're going to lose $3 trillion, $3 to $4 trillion. They don't want to do that.
The whole friggin' time. I'm from Alabama. My mom's people.
What are your sources?
Why would I give them to you?
Saying, if all the books that are
wait on my book and you can buy it. Wait on my book and you can buy it.
What are your sources to claim that you are you are an indigenous American? What are your
Ma'am, I don't owe you any sources, and I didn't interrupt you.
The problem that I have with a lot of these movements and these quote unquote
she's talking, she's caping. Can I finish?
And that's the problem. Is
you are
cannot
caping.
have a movement when you're sitting here and you're arguing with people who have differences in opinion. We can sit here as intellectuals and have discourse, but to sit here and try to negate everything I'm saying and to come here saying I'm caping for someone and you don't even know me just shows that you're ignorant. You are ignorant, 100% ignorant. I don't agree with 100% of the things that. Listen, I don't.
Unwitting
I don't agree with
idiot.
100% of the things that you.
Go ahead, Professor.
But the difference between me
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
man.
guys
Yeah,
is I'm intellectual enough to sit back and I
you're
can listen.
emotional, ma'am. I'm telling you, we've been here the whole time. You didn't listen to what Brother Tariq said. He said that these tribes, the Creeks, I'm from Alabama, and Alabama, there are tribes that look jet
Creeks.
black, just like Gucci Mane,
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying,
and they were
where can I go to
re-amalgamated.
find this information?
And Gucci Mane's from Alabama. He's from Birmingham. He was born in Birmingham.
You're telling me information that I can't go
You
and
can
research and
wait,
find.
you can wait till I drop my next book coming up real
Do
soon
you
and go
have
to the
one
back
already
and look
out?
at sources.
You're saying your
You can
next book. So
find it out
which
then.
one do you have out now?
Follow me and Wani, and
Which
there's a
one do?
book coming out. We have plenty of
So if
sources,
this
but
is
I'm
your
not just gonna give
movement
them to
and,
you
and this
yet.
is how you get people to push away from their,
Furthermore, I'm not
I'm just saying I'm just
at
saying
liberty to. I mean, what am I on
I'm
trial?
just no, you're not
Oh
on trial.
shit.
You feel like you're on
Just wait on
trial
the book,
because you have to
man.
present
And it's
facts.
just common sense.
Just
You
You
don't
buy
feel
really
the
need
like you're
book.
scholarship
on
to understand
trial
that there were
because
people
you
walking
have
around
to
the United States of America
present
before the
facts.
Europeans came. I mean, let me give you a little piece. Look up Christopher Columbus's diary. Look up von Wudenau's book. I mean, it's
No,
overwhelming scholarship saying this, and to me, when you come up here, being
but I'm
that sounds
saying you're saying
disingenuous,
things
and,
that
and, and no
can't be
offense
fact
to you,
checked.
ma'am, but
You're
it may be
misinforming
Howard getting
people.
in you. You know what I'm
You're
saying? Because I know Dr.
misinforming
Carr
people
is
and
there, and
telling people
I have
to
respect for Dr.
you're
Carr, but some of his scholarship is skewed by
Oh shit.
Pan-Africanism. But on that, I digress.
I
There you go.
am a
Thank you.
Pan-Africanist, and as a Pan-Africanist, the points that I make, I can back them up with not just books and textbooks, but with science.
Kwame Shabaka, those are your peoples right there arguing. Those are your peoples. Nah, Gucci Man was born in Alabama. So there are the Creeks in Alabama. I wouldn't be surprised if my great granddaddy's a Creek. You know, so I'm just being personally honest. If you ever seen him, he don't look African. He's dark as fuck, but he doesn't look African.
With research. You're saying
Slow
things,
down.
you're
Slow
saying
down. Okay. Okay, now you're going to have a dialogue, ma'am. Now, do you believe, ma'am, that there were black indigenous people on this land before Columbus?
I
I cannot believe I almost missed out on this. I've been taking care of my partner for years.
But you gotta
and I never
understand
knew I
too,
could get paid up to
the most hateful, I'm gonna be personally honest, I think the most hateful president is Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson, he hated natives. He used to go out of his way just to kill them, but when he went to Florida, he got his Mayo wake up call. Oh, shout out to CNG 215. Shout out to you, man. Imagine that Nigerians say FBA don't know where they come from, come as if we don't know Nigeria was created. Yep. There you go. I said that. I was like, they're not even 100. They're not even like 200 years old. Nigerians. And Nigerians, let me tell you how schemy that some of their culture is. They help take down a lot of African cultures. Yeah.
Hmm? Ma'am?
I'm talking and my mic is muted. I'm so sorry. I was saying, Mr. Nasheed, I'm not 100% sure, right? I'm not going to sit here and say and argue whether or not there were indigenous Americans here or or not there weren't. My thing is this. What are we as black people, as FBA, as a Pan-Africanist, as whatever you want to align yourself with? What are we doing as a people to set ourselves up for the next few generations here? If you want to stay in America, you want to claim America as your own land, you're going to stay here and fight. What are your goals?
Okay,
What
slow
plans
down.
of action are you putting
Slow,
in place to act?
oh,
Shout out to my boy Isaiah. This sounds like you, my man. Shout out to Isaiah, Kwame, and Shabaka. She's spitting your game right now. She asked us, what are we doing here in America fighting?
okay. You gotta slow down. If you ask a question, Let me answer the question, beloved. If you ask a question, slow down. Don't get into these emotional diatribes, ma'am. Slow down. Let's breathe, dear. We're going to
You're
answer.
absolutely right, and I guess that's just my passion seeping out.
All right.
But
But we're not up on you. We're talking.
okay.
We're not a
I
rush.
be
We got
seeing you
time.
cursing people out left and right, calling people tethers. So I guess I came in here with the mindset of I'm gonna have to be.
Oh, no, no, no. Hold. They deserve, the people I call tethers, 100% deserve to be called tethers. The Myron Gaines of the world, you damn right I call them a tether. I don't owe them no respect. When people come here disrespecting our lineage,
get busy.
we don't owe them anything,
I
beloved.
absolutely agree with you, Mr. Rashid, and Myron Gaines completely. He's COONED out.
Right.
He's cooped out.
Right.
And that's the thing. And I'm not saying that you don't need to hold people accountable. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying is when you start throwing out these terms to other black people, it can look a certain type of way. And
People
that can take
don't,
away
but
from
oh no. Because some of these quote black people will tell us they ain't really black. Like again, Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines looks at himself as some type of dark Arab or dark Caucasian, and he denigrates blackness every chance he gets. But then some of these people will circle back around and then try to claim blackness when there's some type of benefit for them. So we get tired of people trying to cosplay with the culture. That's why we say the term foundational black American to stop the cosplaying. Now,
I understand and I understand.
go ahead, dear.
They said earning any degree would keep me in demand, but some degrees are more valuable than others. A cybersecurity degree is
Go ahead.
When you go and you call someone like Myron Gaines, whatever his name is, I don't even follow him, a tether, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're creating a narrative where it makes it seem like anybody who's of Sudanese descent or is not a FBA is a tether
No,
and thinks like him and acts like him, and that's 100% false. It's
no.
not true.
No, no, we've defined what a
Kwame, I
tether
didn't know
is.
you
Now, if
had kids,
somebody
man.
wants to redefine it, that means that's a hit dog hollering. We've already said a tether is an action based term because we want to
Yeah.
differentiate the brothers
This
and
is
sisters
Kwame's
who are
people.
riders from the diaspora from the ones who are not. And the ones who are not, those are the tether class. Now, if somebody gets offended by that, most likely they're a tether who has vitriol for us anyway. Now, let me get my sister Wani in here. I wanted Wani. Wani,
Uh-oh.
where did you go? I didn't forget about you, Wani. Get back up here. Get on up here, Wani. We got to get our sister Wani back up here. I didn't forget about you, Wani. Wani, get on
She
up here, beloved.
was.
Let's get Wani.
Yeah, she was going to be some
Miss
type
Wani,
of
how are you, dear?
Hi,
Senate or
Tariq. How you
something.
doing?
I'm good.
I just wanted to tell the lady that there is genetic evidence, or you said you were interested in science, and science is not going to be on your side because there's two founding populations here in North America, possibly more. The other thing I wanted to say is that are you aware that the Navajo came over here between 900 and 1500?
I'm not really concerned with the Navajo population because after
I
I took
am. Because
my,
stop,
have
stop
you
for a
taken a
minute. Stop,
genealogy test?
stop,
Is that
stop,
your
stop
tribe?
yelling.
Girl, you
Stop
have to stop.
yelling.
You are black. You are
Stop
from Africa.
yelling.
You are
Oh my
black. You
God.
are from Africa. You can
Oh
try
my
to
God.
claim
I'm not
The
finished.
Native American
I'm not
traditions and the
claiming
Native
Navajo.
American
I'm trying to
culture as your
talk.
own,
I'm
but
trying to say
you're
a
literally
sentence.
okay. You're
I'm saying a sentence. May I complete my sentence?
Lord, go ahead, Wani.
Okay. So the Navajo came over here in 1500, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they came from Siberia. They came from Asia. And they're not called Asians or Siberians or Inuits.
so your main focus is on what
Stop.
you're being labeled.
Stop.
It's not on the actual system
Lord.
that we have in America. Your issue is what
Oh, ma'am. Damn. Calm down.
Okay. And they have retained their Siberianness their
That's
Asianness,
Pan-African for you right
and
there.
even
You
their
see that?
Inuitness, even some of their language. Black
Yeah, that's
Americans
Pan-African for
have
you,
5
Kwame.
to 6
That's why
continents
Jamaica's a feeling
in their
country. A feeling
genetics.
country and
A
ran by
whole half a millennia of ethnogenesis. And you want us to identify as one thing when we're a new thing.
Damn,
Why are you
Kwame.
doing that?
Facts.
I want you to identify with. I don't care what. This is the problem with FBA and ADOS. What are you guys doing and planning to do systemically to help Black people
What
here?
are
I
Africans
don't care what.
1.3
What does
billion
it?
gonna
What does
do?
knowing? What
What
does
is
knowing? Okay,
raggedy
let me
ass
ask you this
Africa's
question.
1
She
billion
What
said,
does
doing?
know?
yo, she said, what a raggedy ass African is doing. She called Africa raggedy at. Yo, that's fucked up. Oh shit.
Planning to do systemically to help Black people
What
here.
are
Whatever,
I
man.
Africans
don't care what.
1.3
What does
billion
it?
gonna
What does
do?
knowing? What
What
does
is
knowing? Okay,
raggedy
let me
ass
ask you this
Africa's
question.
1 billion
What does
doing?
knowing? What
What is your husband's people doing?
can I ask you?
Oh
Nothing.
My
shit.
husband's
Oh
father has a
Nothing.
shit.
PhD in electrical
Nothing.
engineering and has 3 schools in Nigeria
Nothing.
and was the NEC director, chairman of
What is
electric.
1.3 billion Africans doing about it? Absolutely nothing. And we have
Preach.
nothing to do with
Shit.
them. We're doing our thing, and you
Facts.
can't do anything about it.
Oh shit.
Goodbye.
There you go. Thank you.
What have you done as an FBA or Cherokee
And
woman or
if I
whatever the
may
case
add,
is?
brother
What
Tariq,
have you done to fix the
oh, go ahead.
systemic issues that we face as Black people, whether
Go ahead, Professor Allen. Go
She
ahead.
said, what
Yeah, I'm
does
just gonna go
raggedy ass
quickly. If I may
Africa
add,
do?
what our sister Wani just pointed out is that's the
Yo, Miss Wadi, you kind of petty for that, Miss Wadi. Miss Wadi was like, yo, she's like, what is your husband doing for his country? Oh shit. Yo, Miss Wadi, you're bad funny. Shout out to Miss Wani. Yo, she's doing her thing. CAG was saying, Africans aren't doing anything but obsessing over everything we do. Yeah.
the intention is to
CAG too
use
busy getting
us.
busy.
Use us and deny us our land-based identity because they're gaining something from using us. So what we're doing is reclaiming our land-based identity, which is foundational Black American, so we can grow together and pool resources together
as a
and stop being
foundational Black
parasited on by
American,
outside groups.
you're
On that, I
12%
land.
of the entire American population. There's 100 million white people in America. There's only 40 million Black people in America. And if you really want to go by FBA and lineage, that's an even smaller percentage of Black people. So you want me to think that as an FBA or ADOS, y'all going to go up there and make some real systemic change for Black people?
Now, slow down. Now, for the record, ADOS and FBA is not the same. Let me help you out because you keep throwing ADOS. ADOS is an LGBT run organization.
Yeah, I got some smoke for Miss Yvette. Yeah, I do. Yeah, we're going to talk about her later on.
With a couple of leaders.
Commotion, we causing a commotion. I put it in motion.
ADOS is a group, a self-proclaimed group. Foundational Black Americans is not a group. FBA ADOS is not the same whatsoever. There is no leader of Foundational Black Americans. It's just a term for Black Americans who don't have immigrant backgrounds. So let's just be clear on that. ADOS has a chopper suit wearing stud as the leader and Tone Tits as the co-leader. So that's not the same thing.
Yo, so I'm gonna say this, yo. I used to not throw shade at Miss Yvette until I heard what Miss Yvette did to Rachel Welsh. Now, Kwame, you know who Rachel Welsh is, right? We talked about her the last episode, right? So she did Miss Welsh dirty, and I'll explain after.
So let's get these terms together. And I think you might low-key know that. And you keep saying, what are we going to do? We're 43 million people.
Facts,
We can do what the hell
Infinity.
we
Let
want to
them
do.
know.
So what are your plan? You're a movement, right? You're
I-
sitting here as a movement and you're focused on.
My plan as a foundational Black American, I'm in Houston. I'm getting some turkey legs tomorrow. That's my plan.
So you're an individualist. You're
I'm going
not really for the community.
because I'm going to go to a Black-owned business to get those turkey legs. We're just going to live our lives and enjoy our lineage.
So you have no plan, basically.
No, no, no. We're going to do more than your husband's family.
Oh shit.
We're not going to flee. That's what we're not going to do. We don't plan to flee like his family did.
Oh,
See,
no.
we're the only lineage group who
Yeah,
we
keep
got
going, man.
to tell people
Facts.
what we
Let
gonna
'em
do
know,
every day.
Infinity.
Where we gonna go? What y'all gonna do? Ask your husband's family what they're gonna do.
No, I'm
But
asking you because you're positioning yourself as a leader of a group. So
no,
I'm
I'm
asking you, Miss.
not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I am not a leader of
Facts.
anything. See, I am not a leader.
Asking you, I'm holding you accountable, Black man. You're
No,
doing the same thing that a lot of these celebrities.
oh, ma'am, I am not the leader of anything. You're not going to tell lies. I've never claimed to be a leader. You cannot be the leader of a lineage. It is impossible.
I never.
You said I'm positioning myself to be a leader. No, I am not. How can you be a leader of a lineage? Who's the leader of the Puerto Ricans?
You're positioning yourself
No, I'm
to
not.
be one of the leaders of the FBA movement. You
Ma'am,
are influential. Right now, you have 1.5 thousand people
He has a plan. He's just not telling nobody. Listen.
listening to our conversation. So now that you have that many people tuned in, FBA
Because
guy,
this is your people's,
what are your
Kwame.
plans? What are your goals? What is your agenda for these FBA people? If it's not for Black America,
43 million foundational Black Americans.
Yeah, we all getting busy. We
They
all
can
getting
think for
busy.
themselves. 43 million foundational Black Americans are not dumb. They don't need me to lead them.
Facts.
We've been around building this nation for years. They don't need me to
Facts.
tell them what to do.
Hell
okay,
yeah.
so I get so your role is to serve as a puppet, right? To get people riled up, to call people tethers, and further.
Okay, ma'am, you keep getting offended because your husband must be a tether. He must act like a tether because you're very offended. And also, where's your family from, beloved? Where's your family from? Because you seem unusually offended. Where's your family from?
I'm offended. If you would let me talk and stop muting me, I will tell you why I'm offended. I'm offended as an
No,
educated Black.
no, beloved.
You keep cutting me off. I'm offended. This is what you do to people who have different.
Ma'am, where is your family from?
Here, America. I'm Black.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Where in America is your family from?
New York.
Oh, no. Nah, man.
What?
Kwame, this is your people's. I know this is your people's. Am I right, Kwame? You know who this girl is.
Now there's something wrong with New York Black, so you could further discredit
All
me
them
so that the
foreigners.
message that I have for Black people can't get through. Listen, Black America, you have people like Tariq Nasheed. You have
No, don't try to talk
no,
fast.
you have people like the Joe Buttons. You have
I done told y'all when
that's
you
Kwame's
ask where their
people.
family
Kwame,
from and they
that's your
say
people.
New York.
Shabaka,
y'all
you
what
might
that
know her
means.
too.
Ma'am,
they sit here and playing your face.
ma'am, where was your family before they were in New York?
I think Kwame know who that is. Yo, Kwame, who is that?
Online is a
Shabaka, who is
vast
that?
universe.
Who is that?
They sit here
Shabaka
in
and
your
Kwame.
face and they collect
Where
their coin
was your family from before they were in New York, beloved?
and they pretend like they have an agenda.
She's a tether, ladies and gentlemen.
And they pretend like they have an agenda for you.
She's a tether, ladies and gentlemen. That's why she's so offended by tether, because she is one. She's a
Call me
tether.
whatever he wants to call.
Ma'am, that's why these tethers are always trying to convince us that this ain't our land. This is Tethering 101, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait a minute. Hold up. One of y'all said that in the chat. Was it Isaiah? Was it Kwame? Or was it Shabaka? It was one of y'all who said that. Oh, now y'all got y'all hands up. Y'all don't know. All right.
This is what we're talking about.
He has no education.
Yeah, ma'am, you are from a tether background your damn self. And you have this passive-aggressive vitriol towards
Kwame did say
foundational
that.
Black Americans trying to tell us that we're foreigners like you. And we're
Call it
not.
whatever you want to call it. I have anger towards people like you.
You come from a foreign background. We don't.
You're a puppet. You do nothing for.
You come from a foreign background. You and your husband.
Puppet. You are a puppet.
Ma'am, now you're trying to crash out. This is tether.
Puppet. You are a puppet. You.
That's why Professor Allen got very curt with her and like, I ain't got to tell you nothing, because he saw this little passive aggressive shit she was trying to pull. See, I want y'all to understand, you can kind of smell the little microaggression when they come in. Well, can you cite your sources? I ain't got to cite nothing. Oh, I'm just trying to have a conversation. No, he saw your little microaggressions. He saw it early and didn't fall into it. And I'm glad that's how we got to handle these tethers like that with their microaggressions. They're not trying to get no information. They're not trying to have a good faith dialogue.
Busy out here.
They're trying to be antagonistic. Which is what she's trying to do. This woman comes from a tether background, ladies and gentlemen. That's why she's up here trying to take us away from our...
He's a puppet. He's placed there by white America to divide Black America. He's a puppet.
Ma'am, divide. You got to be together before you get divided.
Wake up, Black America.
A puppet of who?
Wake up. He has no agenda. He has...
Ma'am, other than fleeing, what is your agenda,
no
beloved?
agenda. No, you're the one...
Ma'am, you and your husband, y'all the peaches and herb of fleeing. All right? Reunited, and it feels so good. Fleeing your ass to another neighborhood. No, that's clean. That's clean.
Oh my God.
You are a fleeing couple.
You are a puppet, and you are a puppet. You truly do not even believe the misinformation that...
Stop it. And
yeah, that was Shabaka. That was you, Shabaka.
Howard has become tether central. Let's keep it a bean.
You, and what school did you graduate?
None.
And what school did you graduate?
I am a high school dropout, beloved.
Exactly.
I did not even graduate high school. And I have more influence and respect worldwide than you and your fleeing tether husband, man.
Exactly. A high school.
Yep.
Shit.
And that shows how that FBA Majara spirit lineage, how strong and
not a scholar as a voice for the...
No, I am not. I'm an everyday man, ladies and gentlemen. I don't sit up here trying to floss degrees and all that, which is nothing wrong with that. We have our illustrious scholar, Professor Allen, right here in the room. I have no problem with that. We got our scholar warriors out here that I love and respect.
We out here getting money.
I don't even try to pretend. I am a high school dropout, became a gangster hustler back in the day, and now I speak truth to power, and people respect what I have to say, and I'm not nobody's leader, and I keep it a bean, ma'am, and I'm not fleeing.
Exactly.
Hey, don't forget, Malcolm X was a middle school dropout. Malcolm X had millions, so we can't really say anything. I think Dick Gregory was another one. So yeah, we can't be like, oh yeah, because he didn't have a white man's education. Nah, it's just, hey man, yo. You get it how you get it.
Exactly. Black people, producers, and people with no high school education cannot speak on our issue.
Ma'am, Elijah Muhammad had a 6th grade education, and he has one of the longest running successful organizations in America, ma'am. Yes, we can. As foundational Black Americans, this is our homeland, and I'm an expert on my damn lineage. And part of my expertise is to recognize tethers who are not of my lineage, and that would be you. Understand that, ma'am? What, beloved?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Bobby always tell me to tell y'all to do this. Yo, if y'all didn't hit the subscribe button, hit the subscribe button. Also share, comment, and what else he said? Share, comment, and subscribe again. Let's get back to the video.
Go ahead, dear. I'm an expert on my damn lineage.
I'm
Thanks,
just
Bobby.
saying this. We're
an expert on my damn lineage because I'm from the lineage. I live the lineage. I didn't have to go to school to
arguing
learn.
with a black man who's not really.
I didn't have to go to school to learn about my lineage. I got
Oh,
parents,
shit.
grandparents, uncles, aunts, moms, dads from the lineage who school
out
me
here
every day about my lineage, ma'am.
Did you have to go to school?
Nobody's schooling you about your fleeing ass lineage from your failed homelands, beloved.
Did you have to go to school to learn math?
Ma'am, your failed homeland don't know mathematics because they're building nothing
You're
over
talking
there.
about your own homeland.
Let's
No,
talk
they
about
don't.
your failed homeland.
Kwame, why you lying? Nigerians do not make that much money. Most of them niggas is gypsy cab drivers and clean shit. This is in America. They don't make money. You can't use like 5 or 10 Nigerians that are doctors or nurses, and knowing that like most of them here, they're cleaning shit and they're Lyft drivers, Lyfts and Uber drivers. You know, yeah, that's a false narrative that you just gave.
You and your dude.
Africa's your homeland too, bitch.
No,
What are
the
you
hell it
talking
is.
about? What are you?
Not a continental African,
What
man.
are you talking? You're still an
I am
African.
not a continental African. We are not continental Africans. That's not my homeland. I don't live over there. Nobody in my family lives over there. The countries over there don't even
Silly. You're
exist.
silly.
No, that's not silly. We're not generic Africans. Stop it, ma'am. You are a fleeing African. You probably.
Kwame, that's all together. That's like 4 or 5 people. That's not one person, Kwame. Kwame, that's not most people, and the motherfuckers have like 3 or 4 jobs, Kwame. So if they do make that, they got like 3 or 4 jobs. All jokes aside, Kwame, I work with Africans. I know. Jamaicans that have 3 or 4 jobs. Yes, of course you're gonna make that much money if you have 3 or 4 jobs. But most of those people are Lyft drivers, Kwame. They don't really make all of that. Excuse me, they don't make that money like that. The motherfuckers live amongst each other, and they live amongst each other. There'll be like 20 people in one apartment, and they all paying rent. So rent's gonna be like $50, and you keep the rest. You know, so that's a false narrative, Kwame.
Came from some failed country over there. We didn't, beloved. We didn't, dear.
Yeah, we did.
So you can't try to Africanize us and take us
to Africanize you, but we're trying to give you a connection.
No, y'all don't.
A connection to where you come from.
You don't even have a connection because your family fled from there, ma'am. So how you gonna tell?
Where? I was born here.
Anchor baby, beloved. You a bunch of anchor babies. You and your dude.
Oh,
Y'all not connected with
about?
Africa. You're not connected with Africa because you ain't over there. Y'all fled to come over here, ma'am.
New care case in the family?
right.
This can lead to many problems. Financial strain, emotional strain.
Sat here and had a whole live conversation where you could have been influencing black people.
I'm influencing them now to recognize lying, fleeing tethers like yourself. That's what I'm doing.
You made this conversation an argument.
It's not an argument, ma'am. This is a schooling. I argue with my equals. All others I teach. I'm teaching. This is a teaching moment. You're not on my level to argue with. I'm too thorough with this, beloved. This is a teaching moment to teach you to teach you to possibly go back to your homeland, you and your musty husband, and go fix those places back there.
He won't let me speak. He keeps muting me. He keeps muting me. Do you understand this?
You're not going to talk over us. You tried to. You were very disrespectful to Professor Allen. You were very disrespectful.
That's the kind of energy that you
No.
Shout out to Smith
to Wani while she was trying to talk.
Shout
and
out
you're
to
trying
you.
to cut her off, yelling, "You African, you African." No, we don't do that, beloved. You're not going to try.
Not a good.
Ma'am, you're not going to project your failed lineage onto us, ma'am. That's what you want to do, and we're just
not a good influential person. At least Umar lets people talk.
I don't give a damn. Go holler at Umar then. Go to his place.
At least Umar could.
This ain't the Umar Johnson space. Umar's a Pan-Africanist like you. I disagree with his ideology.
At least Umar
not a lost African. If you want to hear about lost African talk, go to Umar. We're not lost Africans in America. We're foundational.
At least
So yes, ma'am,
Nigga
we're
called
different. We have a different
Lost
ideology and we have
African.
a different lineage, beloved. But go ahead, dear.
at least Umar has a PhD and is speaking to things that he has knowledge of.
Y'all clown Umar all the
You
time,
are a producer.
and y'all clown Umar all the time for not building that school, beloved. Y'all clown that brother, and he's the
Yeah.
main one running around talking about Pan-Africanism. I don't do that. I'm all about lineage here. I'm a foundational Black American. Let me get my brother Mikal in here. Okay, Mikal.
Fucking out today.
Great Minister of Code. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm living a dream and winning.
Yes, indeed.
Ma'am, how are you today?
I'm doing well. I've been waiting to catch Mr. Nasheed for a minute. I didn't want to follow him, right? Because I don't agree with him. So I don't want to follow him because I don't like his message at all. So what I did was I followed him real quick just to see when his next spaces was because I wanted to see if he was intelligent enough to be questioned and challenged on his points and to be held accountable for people to be able to ask him, okay, Mr. Nasheed, we get it. These folk are tether. These folk are indigenous. These folk are African. We get it. We have the distinction now. What's next? What are we doing? What's our plan? Umar can sit there and I can watch him and he will put he can have 3 agendas that he wants to tackle that he feels are important.
Shabaka, you know I gotta answer this question. Yeah, your statement. Nigerians come over here and stay. They don't leave. They don't leave. They ain't got nothing to go home to. Like I said, yo, they go there for mud huts and dirt cookies. So, yo, my man, yo, and I love Nigerian people, but yo, they ain't shit in that country. You know how many people ask me, come to Nigeria, yo, you can stay with me. I'm like, nigga, I'm not staying with you in Nigeria. He's like, why not, nigga? Do I look like I could sleep on some dirt? Hell no, you bugging.
In the Black community. I asked Mr. Nasheed, can he name 3 of his agendas points as an FBA, and he couldn't. You know what he did? You know what he did? As a person that studies human behavior and has a degree in human behavior, he sat there and he deflected. He deflected because he doesn't want people like me, people who are there to challenge his opinion, people who are going to ask him to back his opinion up. People who are not going to just sit there and settle for whatever the next man is saying to me because he got a black face. That's why I came up on here. And to be attacked and to be called a tether and say I'm caping, that just shows, Mr. Nasheed, that you can't handle talking to an intellectual black woman who has a different point of view than you.
Yeah, I had to tell my coworker too one time. She's like, "Yo, I'm going back to Uganda." I was like, "Man, you ain't going back home." I was like, "Yo, you gonna bring your motherfucking ass right back here." I was like, "If your ass get sick, man, yo, they're gonna be putting all this fucking dirt powder on everything on you." I was like, "Yo, you're gonna stay here." I was like, "You got the best education here. You got the best medicine. You have the best of everything. Why the fuck would you leave this country to go back to a poverty-built country?" You know, it just doesn't make sense. That's why I be asking like, yo, Shabaka, Kwame, what's my other man's name? Isaiah. Why the fuck would you go to Africa and ain't nothing there? Have these motherfuckers build a country first before you go there, because they fucking with you. They want you to build that country. You know? Black Americans, we have 1.9 trillion spending. Oh, we got more than that. I heard it's like 3. It's like 3 trillion. They don't want us to leave. Rank 7 in the world, 17 in the world, 15 billionaires are 65% middle class, so only 4% behind. Yeah, facts. You know, how you the only American when your ancestors didn't draft the Constitution or any. Well, we could say the same thing about your country. The British, you know, set up your Constitution. That's why y'all, when y'all judges, they be wearing the white wigs and shit, and the judge outfit. Yeah, Y'all get that shit from the British, so yeah.
That just
Okay,
goes to show. So when I
I
ask
got it.
you,
I
have you gone to
understand. I
college? I
understand.
ask you
Okay,
why he went
ma'am,
to. I ask him
ma'am,
why he went to
ma'am.
college.
You
Hold on,
you're
this is
talking
my
to
last
me.
point. I understand, and
Excuse
I
me,
don't
ma'am.
want to take your time away, but this is the last time I'm ever going to be on his space. So I just want to say
She's
Okay.
this:
lying
I
because she
didn't
was on the
ask him if
space
he
like
went
2
to
days
college to
later.
try to flaunt that I have some degree, right? I asked him if he went to college because college gives you those foundational skills of critical
Mm,
thinking that's
okay,
necessary. Okay? That's
okay,
necessary.
okay.
So when I ask him, have you gone to
So
college? I'm asking him, what is your
I heard the
expertise to be
ma'am.
sitting here
I
and
heard the
discrediting
conversation.
science?
It's okay.
Sorry.
I heard the conversation. I heard the conversation. I heard the conversation. Are you okay?
I'm okay. I just want to throw the phone because I just feel like Trump just won. More than ever, black folks should be
It
uniting.
sound like
Black
you,
folks should be coming up
Kwame.
with
Okay.
plans. Now this
Okay.
fool gonna pop up now, right after the
Okay.
election,
Ma'am.
to be telling us to
Ma'am.
be cooled
Ma'am.
out. Get
Ma'am.
out of here.
Ma'am. Okay, ma'am. He didn't call you out of your name, but
I didn't say that. I
let
say he
me.
wants black people to be divided
Okay.
and amongst
I'm
people
black.
who are
I'm black.
who have
I'm
knowledge
black.
and are
I'm black.
educated, and
I'm
those who
black.
okay.
I'm black. I'm black. You're talking to a black man,
And I'm
and I'm
glad
on
I
the
am, and
continent.
I know I am. I would
Yeah,
hope and I would pray that
there
there
you
are no
go.
Europeans in this black space. I would hope and I
Okay.
would pray that
So
this is our
let
space.
me. Can I ask you a question? If it's okay.
Yes,
Okay. You're a Pan African, right?
sure.
Okay. What's the Pan African agenda?
The Pan-African agenda is black unity across all continents, black
Okay.
economic empowerment.
He said, "Don't throw the phone,
Okay.
Kwame."
So my next question is: on the continent,
Hmm.
there are issues of tribalism, tribonomics, religiosity,
Okay.
revenge
And can I
wars.
ask you to give me an
Wait a minute.
example
What?
of those issues before the
He said, "I
white
don't
man
care about
touched his foot
America."
on that
Kwame, you
continent?
crazy.
Can you name one instance or
Hmm.
something that could point to the fact that we were tribalist and we were divisive
Okay.
before the
So
European colonized Africa?
okay.
If you can point me,
So my
okay.
question to you is:
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team.
okay, what's the Pan African solution for overlooking tribal bias, maximizing the people's skills, capabilities, motivations, and competencies?
Hmm.
How are the Pan Africans going to create jobs, deal with unemployment, compensation issues
So I
on the
guess let me ask
continent?
you, how are the FBAs going to do it? If you can tell me how the FBAs are going to do it, I'll give you 3 points right now. Give me 3 points on how the FBAs are going to do it.
Mhm.
Give me 3 points
Okay,
on how the FBAs plan
so
to do it.
sure, sure, I can give you that, but
Okay.
you're not going
All
to
right.
answer my question.
Okay.
Hmm?
So
You're not
let's
going
hear
to answer my
yours.
question.
No, I'm gonna
I
ask
asked
yours
you a
because I
question.
asked Mr. Nasheed actually earlier to name 3 points and he couldn't. So now that you're speaking for the group,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to name
Mm-hmm.
3 agenda points and
Mm-hmm.
3 ways
Okay.
that you're gonna get that done, so we can
Well,
discuss
the
that.
first thing, we do have a 40-year paradigm building plan with
Okay.
agendas and initiatives.
Mm-hmm.
And we are focusing primarily on high-tech
Is
real
it
estate development,
Petty? Who's this nigga?
right? In
Mm-hmm.
Is
So
addition to,
will those be black owned? Will
in
those be
addition
black
to,
owned?
in
Okay.
addition to,
African
absolutely, in addition to
Okay.
decentralized
You sure,
finance,
Shabaka?
Mm-hmm. And I agree with that.
in addition to manufacturing,
I
bringing manufacturing
100%.
to historically black neighborhoods.
Absolutely.
I can go on and on, but the point I'm asking you, ma'am,
So I'm
is what
asking you,
is
how are you? You guys
what
are naming. You
what is
guys are naming
what
what
is
you
the
want to
Pan
do.
African?
How?
What is the
What
Pan
are
Af,
you guys doing
ma'am?
now? What are
What
you
is
guys? Okay, hold on. You can't. Do you
we're
see what I'm
producing?
saying with the FBAs?
We're
They're so
producing the
focused on
agenda,
discrediting.
and in addition to that,
Infinity
we
Circus
will
was
produce over the
violent. Kwame's
course
violent.
of 40
Shabakas violent.
years
Yee.
8 consecutive 5-year plans. But I want to know, what is the Pan African
So you
agenda?
don't have a plan. So you're gonna. So over the
We
next
do have a
40 years, you're
plan,
gonna come up
and
with a
we have
plan, and you
agendas.
want
But
black
I've
folks to
asked
just follow
you,
you for the next 40
but
years.
I'm asking you, ma'am, what is the Pan African agenda?
What do you mean? Economic.
Hey, Kwame, Shabaka, Isaiah, do y'all have a Pan-African agenda?
Okay.
Empowerment of Black
How?
people.
You haven't said
What
how.
do you mean? Let me tell you what is the problem here. Let me tell you
No,
what
no,
is the
ma'am. I
problem.
asked you a question. You haven't answered my
Okay.
question
She's mayo
respectfully.
babbling.
Black economic empowerment means going into those. Are you asking what are we doing?
Ma'am,
Listen to me. No, you're not letting me speak. This is the thing. I'm trying to clarify your question. Are you asking the Pan-Africanist goals in terms of Black Americans here and abroad, or are you asking about what we're planning to do in Africa? Because you just said
Okay.
Africa has tribal warfare and all of those
Have a
things. So I'm
nice
trying to
night,
clarify your question.
sugar.
Okay.
Have a
I'm in
nice night.
Africa and I know the Pan Africans are doing nothing. I know that for a fact. But
Okay.
I haven't
And what are the
seen
ethnics doing then?
I haven't seen a feasibility study, a Pan African feasibility study. I haven't seen a
Okay.
Pan
I'll
African
give you that.
ethnographic study,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen an economic development plan for
Kwame,
Pan African.
Kwame, is that her? Is her name Kayla? Is that Kayla? Is that Kayla? Yes or no? Don't give me a whole sentence. Is her name Kayla? Cause she's from New York. He ain't trying to answer my question.
Okay.
Globally,
Okay.
right? So, but I'll land with that and let you continue having conversations with my
No,
brother.
wait, before you
Thank
end,
you,
I guess my
brother
question, you
Tariq.
said you were in Africa, right?
Take care of yourself.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
You too,
Now.
brother. You too.
thank you. So, sister, now how come you did all of that and you couldn't name anything
What do you
on the
mean? I tried to clarify his question so that I can answer it, but I guess because this space is such a hostile space that it feels
No,
like we're speaking so fast to try to speak to
The
try to
African
respond
agenda
rather than
Bro-
speaking to
to
listen.
create
We're not
the
speaking to each
fleet.
other to listen.
Brother McCall wasn't hostile. That brother was so respectful and calm.
He said
Where
the
was
I'm
he
not
African
saying
hostile?
him, I'm
agenda is
saying
to
the
create
environment.
the Fleet Yeezy
Nobody's
300.
hostile to you, man. You the one yelling at
3000.
everybody and talking over everybody. Nobody's hostile to you at all. Let me get Brother Marcel in here. Brother Marcel, hop in. Then I'm gonna get
Shout out
Ishmael.
to
Brother
Marcel.
Marcel.
Hey, Tariq, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Good. I was going to ask this lady what's her plan, but she has none, so I don't need to ask that.
So what's
But I am going to say
so
this.
give us
I am going to say this,
can't you won't
that you said that there's only
Let me see what Shabaka. Yes, is Odin and controlling the land and resources of Africa. Pan-Africanism is strong and growing as Michael Langley, a 4-star general in the white man army. Trainer. Yo, so hold on. Shabaka. So you want all of us to move to Africa? That's what you trying to do? Should we take boats like how they came to this country? So, Shabaka, you're telling us to flee to a third world country. Yo, you're bugging.
40 million.
you can't and you won't.
All right, everybody, give me a second. I'll be.
Brother Marcel?
It broke out.
Oh, Brother Marcel? Okay, I'll get him back up. Hold on. Let me see. Let me get Brother Marquette. I'll get Marcel back, but while we're waiting on him, let's get Sister Ishmael in here. Ismael?
Peace to you, Brother Tariq. Yeah, I just want to, obviously, I share the same sentiment. I do want to respond to a couple things. So first, tribalism and all of the issues that Brother Mikhail mentioned absolutely did exist before European occurrence on the continent of Africa. And they still exist today. Things like, political instability, debt repayments, punishments, class hierarchies, caste systems, the economic and political corruption runs rampant, as well as trafficking and child labor for mining as well. So these are really prominent issues on the continent of Africa. But one of the things that I want to make mention to, because this is tapping into that critical thinking skills. When people say, oh, well, college teaches you critical thinking skills, college doesn't teach you common sense. right?
Well,
You either have
well,
it,
that
you
would be
don't.
your
Don't
idea of common sense is
don't interrupt me,
subjective.
ma'am. Don't interrupt me. You've
But let's
interrupted.
just
You've
say that
interrupted
common sense
everyone
is
on,
subjective.
ma'am,
What may be common to you is not common to
ma'am.
This is how unrecognized dopamine addiction looks in men. Compulsive distraction.
Ma'am, let me continue, ma'am. Let me continue, ma'am. So, and I'm keeping it very respectful. I just want to finish my thought, because if I'm not allowed to
Facts.
do that, I'll lose my thought,
Facts,
and it's
Smith.
very important.
Okay.
Thank you. So please go on mute. Mute up, ma'am. Mute up. Thank you. So what I want to say is, and I'm gonna keep my mic all the way up. Forgive me, Brother Tariq, for my loud mic. But folks can't just have the emotional literacy to not interrupt people. And I have something to say that's important.
Okay.
Right? So first of all, particularly to Black Americans, we know that infiltration has been a thing. It's been a constant theme in our community with outsiders, with people who participate in white supremacism. So it is not intelligent war strategy, you guys, for us to share any specific strategies on public social apps with people just because they have questions. What you do is you get with the people who are doing that off the app, because there are people that are doing that. You don't share your war strategy to your enemy or in the presence of your enemy. You don't do that. So when people are coming up to ask about strategy and ask us what we are doing is a gaslight, ma'am, thank you. Her question is a gaslight to Brother Tariq, because Brother Tariq, just like the rest of us who are doing work, no presence of white folks or the presence actually disproves her argument about college teaches you how to be smart or critical think or whatever. It doesn't, right? It does.
Right on your level of
Go get a plan.
all the
And let
money
me
that
tell
you
you
have and
something.
influence that you have,
You are looking for a husband.
you could be
So
on Congress.
Tariq is not your daddy.
You
go to your husband.
Lineage is my lineage. We're doing it wrong and you're doing it right. How come you're not in Nigeria, beloved? Come on, V.
You keep muting me. I'm not in Nigeria because I was born in America. Because I care about Black people here.
Right, and I do too. But you don't care
But
about.
you're not doing nothing, Nasheed.
But you're trying to tell us that we're really Africans. Why are you telling us that lie?
You're supposed to represent us. You have the money. Go to
Don't worry about my money. I'm gonna use my money.
Congress.
I'm going to buy some turkey legs tomorrow. That's my agenda. I'm in Houston. I'm going to get some smothered turkey legs with my money. I don't have to go to Congress.
Because
my lineage is my lineage. You understand? We don't have to share certain things that we're going to do as far as activism, not with a hostile tether who's against us.
Benefit from the current structure.
You haven't done anything but just eye hustle and ear hustle us.
Benefit from white supremacy. You
benefit from white supremacy because you fled your failed homeland and they anchored you here.
Why would you speak for us Black folk, us every...
Oh, no, you're not a foundational Black American. You're not of this lineage,
Why would you speak for us?
I am not speaking for the tether class. I'm not.
I have $1 million.
I'm not speaking for the tether class, ma'am. You're upset.
You don't give a... That's why.
I don't give a damn about the tether class. We're in agreement. All right? You don't...
The only thing
you don't give a damn about your homeland. Why should I give a damn about what you do in your homeland?
Telling people who's Black and who's not.
Well, ma'am, you're not a foundational Black American, and neither is your husband. Why are you trying to cosplay as
Okay, we get it. No, who cares? What is your...
We care. Because the thing is, we respect our ancestry and our lineage. We don't need a disrespectful tether trying to tell us that our ancestors, our great-grandmothers and mothers, and our wonderful family who stood on business here are some type of generic Africans. That's disrespectful. Do you understand that?
What are your goals? What are your goals? What are your goals? What are your...
The goal is to get tethers out of our mix.
What are your goals? What are your...
What the goal? The goal is tether cleaning. To not have tethers coming around us.
After that, what are you going to do next? What are you going to do next?
You know what? We're gonna end this one right here. Yeah, it got crazy. I ain't even gonna lie. That shit got crazy. We're gonna skip that one. You know what? I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna skip a lot of this stuff because I know we have been on here for like 4 hours. I'm gonna do one more. What you mean? He gave more. He gave money to Haitians to build. Was it? I think a school or some shit like that. He didn't have to do that shit.
Fitness Black Card. Access any location.
Did that one? This one right here. This will be the last one, and I'm gonna do like half of it. But yeah, I'm gonna do a reaction video of this one, and this will be it. You know. So yeah.
Real fun today. Skill. Hard to go to bed. Dating
Get more. You look at the berries band together to launch guerrilla warfare.
Chicken soup, a lot of stuff. So, but I'm pulling through. I am pulling through. We're gonna have some fun on today's show and be informative as well. Before we do that, as you know, as you probably heard, Don Imus, the white radio, he's a legend in white radio circles. Don Imus.
Well, with his own money?
People who work with him, even Howard Stern said, and Howard Stern has done a lot of racist stuff on his show. He said Imus was racist. Imus gets up to heaven and heaven is croaked. And you know what's so interesting about Don Imus? These two people on the screen, his deeds, and they wheel her out to start attacking black men. So don't forget that. Look that up. Yeah, this was around 2006.
Kwame, you know he did that shit with his own money, right? He did the documentary for Haitians with their own money, with his own money. He put his own money into that.
You think? But anyway, let's get down to business. And by the way, everybody hit that thumbs up button. And if you haven't gone to hiddencolorsfilm.com, go to hiddencolorsfilm.com and watch and download Hidden Colors 5, available now. Now, let's talk about these two people on the screen. Itchy and Bussy. Not Itchy and Scratchy, but Itchy and Bussy. These two clowns, Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. You know, a lot of people are just pretty fed up with these two. They are losing what little clout that I gave them. I gave them a little clout, and they're losing it, and they're losing their minds because I've taken the clout away from them. So they're very mad. They're very bitter. They've been working overtime. They've been on and off of their little troll accounts. Very upset. And a lot of people have just said, hey, man, the last straw with these people, it's enough is enough. Because our brother Claude Anderson, he was on the Breakfast Club doing an excellent interview. Shout out to the Breakfast Club for having our brother Claude Anderson on.
Facts.
They had Claude Anderson on, and Claude Anderson was talking about, hey, I've been talking about reparations for like 60 years. All these other Johnny-come-latelys, I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, shit.
So, you know, hit dogs holler. He didn't mention nobody's name, but hit dogs holler. Phonies and frauds know who they are. If you say, hey, there's a lot of phonies out there, and somebody jump up and say, hey, man, you talking about me, that means you know you a phony, you know you a fraud. Claude Anderson didn't mention anybody's names, but when you generally mention a fraud and a phony and you get offended, you know who you are. So they felt like they were going to start further disrespecting Claude Anderson. They've already made videos dissing him, and, you know, Yvette and people, they're very good at disrespecting legends within black society. We all know about her disrespecting the legendary Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and she disrespected Dr. Welsing the day after Dr. Welsing died. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and she disrespected Dr. Welsing.
That's her name, Dr. Frances Welsing. I didn't like what she said about that shit, and you know what? That's why I have an issue with her. Dr. Wilson has done a lot for everybody, the black diaspora in general. So yeah, I'm not a big Miss Yvette fan like that. Like, I don't want to even defend her anymore.
the day after Dr. Welsing died. And I've always felt a certain way about that. I've never let that go. And just be clear, Dr. Welsing was one of the most respected black women in American history. I ain't talking about white people. I don't give a fuck who they respect. Among black people, Dr. Welsing is up there with Harriet Tubman. Do y'all understand me? I want y'all to be very clear. As far as somebody, a black woman, a foundational black American woman riding for her people, Dr.
Facts.
Welsing is up there with the Sojourner
Facts,
Truths
Kwame.
and the
Salute.
Harriet Tubmans and the Betty Shabazz. She's up there. She's on that level. Where you don't fix your mouth to even think about saying something janky about a person who put in so much work like Dr. Welsing. This woman
That
could have
fucked me up when
sold
she
out
said
and
that
just
shit too.
wrote books and just went along with the program like other black psychiatrists. But no, she chose to focus and use her psychiatry degree to focus on dismantling systematic white supremacy. That's a rider. We have to protect our riders. So when you have dusty little flea bags like these two disrespecting our riders, what does that say about us as a people? See, black folks, we got too many of these people out here who are lifelong failures, and we have riders out here that we don't really stand up for like we should. So what's the incentive for riding for your people if they're not going to stand up for you?
Oh,
See, we got to stand up for our folks when we have these little dirty, weaselly fuck niggas like this disrespecting our people. Dr. Anderson.
So everybody to say it got nothing to do with our title question, our title, but this is a reaction video that we're gonna do. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's why I say yo. But the thing about it, you gotta look at it, Kwame. As I said, there has been a lot of immigrants that contribute a lot. Dr. Welsing was one of them. Dr. Welsing, I think, was Haitian. You know, but she did a lot for everybody. That's why when I said in the beginning, I had a problem with Miss Yvette because Dr. Welsing has done everything, has done stuff for everyone. She technically didn't even have an ideology or division. No, he did it. Y'all fucked it up yourselves. Shabaka, your people fucked it up and you never policed them. You never told them to stop doing that bullshit. You never said, oh, yo, respect our black brothers. You actually contribute to it. So I have to be honest. You contribute to it because you never stopped it. So, and you knew that they were saying this.
Another brother, Dr. Anderson's been putting in work for decades. And to have these two nothing-ass nobodies disrespecting him, oh, we can't give passes like that. We did that with like Malcolm X. We let all these niggas who didn't kill Malcolm X and shot all these other people, we let them linger around. Nah, we got to cut that out. Yeah, we got to look out for our riders. And Yvette attacked Dr. Welsing because Dr. Welsing told the truth about LGBT issues, how LGBT issues have been weaponized against black people. Mm-hmm. This is why Yvette got offended, because she's LBGT and her thing is a whole LBGT agenda. So she got offended because Dr. Welsing told the truth about LBT agendas in the context of white supremacy. Remember, Dr. Welsing told us decades ago, in the system of white supremacy, they're going to have black men who's doing all this sagging. Oh, they're going to stop this sagging and they're going to step out of the pants and start putting on dresses. And now look at what we got. Dr. Welsing told us this decades ago. Everything Dr. Welsing said was 100% on point. Everything was 100% on point. And this is where the gloves are off. Now you can't, because Dr. Anderson, this brother's in his 80s, so he's not going to really go toe-to-toe with these little pieces of shit. And really, I don't need to, because they've always taken little shots at me. Notice I just been kind of brushing them off because they're a couple of nobodies. There are really a couple of non-factors. But I'm not going to even go back and forth with them. I'm just going to really speak my piece about these type of people and show how we have to be careful about allowing these type of people around us. These born losers, these lifelong failures. When we start doing movements that are leaderless, one of the problems is when you have a leaderless movement going on, you have phonies, frauds, and fakers who will run up and say, hey,
and that's
let me go
another
ahead
thing
and
too. I'm gonna say this to Kwame and Shabaka. Why didn't y'all defend Miss Welsh? Why does Tariq Nasheed have to do it if he's not even Pan-African? Like, why didn't y'all defend her? No, nobody from the Pan-African family defended her when they tried to get her the fuck out of here from her job. None of y'all did. Tariq Nasheed, Claude Anderson, and a few other people. We stayed 10 toes down with her, no matter if it was Pan-Africanism, FBA, nor nothing. We was the one that did it, not y'all. So don't y'all go around there taking that credit. None of y'all, there was no Dr. Umar. There was no, what's your boy who's in jail right now? Brother Polite. There was no Brother Polite. There was none of y'all.
and assume the leadership of this. And this is what these two have done. Understand, nobody black propped up Antonio Moore or Yvette. Nobody black has propped them up as leaders. Let's be very clear. Nobody black has propped them up as leaders. They were running around telling people they're the leaders of ADOS, we're the leaders. They're running around trying to assume position of leaders. Desperately trying to get clout. And as we see now, their job is to get black people to vote Democrat. These people, and our brother Jason Black did an excellent
That's your
expose
people,
of these
Kwame,
two
want us to
assholes.
vote Democrat.
These people are clearly Democratic shields at this point. There's really no doubt about it. They're out here trying to talk this vote down Democrat. These people are clearly operatives of the Democratic Party. That's all it is. This was their plot all along. And remember when I told people a while back, I said, watch out for that Marianne Williamson lady, or Williams, whatever her name is. Because I said the Democrats will send her out here to talk about reparations, and she's crazy as cat shit, and nobody's going to really take her seriously. But at least the Democrats can say, hey, look, we did talk about reparations. Marianne Williams, she's a Democrat, and she talked about reparations. I said that a long time ago, and lo and behold, she was at their little ADOS conference out there at the church in Kentucky somewhere. So again, this is them trying to pivot and finesse everybody to vote and stay down with the Democrats. This was their whole agenda. Yvette and Tone, they were sent to try to manipulate us. And the thing is, they latched on to what we already had going on. They latched on to our shit. I tried to give them props for coming up with a hashtag. I thought, hey, that's a clever hashtag, but I got to take the props away because they didn't even come up with that. They stole that from somebody. So they just steal movements from everybody, steal little terminologies from everybody, and then kind of tweak it and then act like they created it. And they've been riding my nuts for over a year. I've been carrying these two dickheads. And they know it. This is why they're upset. So these two thought that they were going to manipulate everybody, talk a little black, talk a little revolutionary, but they were going to manipulate everybody to eventually, hey, y'all, what we need to do, we ain't going to vote for a president. We'll just vote down Democrat for everybody else. I mean, stupid shit. Just stupid shit.
Facts.
But these are two nobodies. Remember, nobody reputable is interviewing Yvette and Tone. Nobody reputable is interviewing them. And again, their whole job is to manipulate us to stay with the Democrats. This is why they panicked when I announced that I was having the Foundational Black American Conference. Notice, out the blue, literally overnight, these two started panicking and attacking me out the blue. You understand? They started attacking me out the blue the minute I announced I'm doing the Foundational Black American Conference. They were like, oh shit, we can't let that happen. So they started trying to sabotage it. Tone started making these videos attacking me. And do you know what Yvette did?
Facts.
She's bragging about this now because me and her, we've been going back and forth on Twitter. And she has some of the weirdest insults to me. She's been trying to insult me, and her insults are so weird. You gout foot, you got a gout foot. Okay. Her insults are not really that offensive. You over there with all that money. You over there in a $2 million house, pimping the community. Okay.
Sound like you, Kwame.
Look at you over there getting women, all them women in them pictures back in the day. Yeah, okay. And pimping, and you pimping and macking. Look at these women, all you this macking and pimping.
Going in.
Yeah.
Shout out to
like women.
To Gordon.
Yeah, I like women. I'm not really offended by that. Some of the shit that she's saying is not really. Look, you going on vacation and shit. Yeah, that's what grown people are supposed to do. Are you supposed to be shaming me? I mean, this is about the pocket watchingest ass chick I've ever met in my life. I've never met her, but all that Florida Evans stuff, I mean, she thinks she's going to money shame me. I don't, this real dusty projection she's doing, which is a cancer in black society. But let's go back. Like I said, she was saying on Twitter, yeah, you didn't get your crowdfunding because you didn't get all your crowdfunding because of me. You know what Yvette did? When I had the Kickstarter for the Foundational Black American, for the Foundational Black American Conference, she contacted them and told them that it was a violation of the rules of Kickstarter because on Kickstarter, you're not supposed to promote political events. So she went and found a little loophole to go report to Kickstarter. That's why Kickstarter took it down. Because it was making so much money so fast. So Yvette went and reported it, told them we're having a political event which is against the rules, and that's why Kickstarter took it down, and then we took it over to Indiegogo, and so I changed the language around a little bit. But she was taking credit for that. She was like, yeah, I stopped that. And Tone, I retweeted somebody. Tone was on his little, one of his little Facebook, in his Facebook group trying to get people to come over and troll on my page on Twitter, and some of his own followers on Facebook was like, nah, dude, we ain't doing all that, bro. We fuck with Tariq. So we got these little niggas doing this little sucker shit behind the scenes. When you do that, and Yvette is taking credit for this stuff. She's on Twitter bragging about how she messed up, how she sabotaged the Kickstarter campaign. When you do stuff like that, that's agent shit. That's snitch ass government informant agent type of stuff when you do that.
Facts.
You understand? We gotta watch out for folks like that. See, we gotta stop playing around when we get these dirty little Negroes around us, and especially these people who really have vitriol towards black society. Remember, Yvette is a leader of an LGBT organization, and understand ADOS, they've turned that into an LGBT hookup now. They've turned that into LGBT hookups. They be out here having ADOS painting sips. And did y'all see the picture of Yvette? Well, they were doing ADOS paintings with rainbow backgrounds.
Thanks.
And Notice some of the people that's following so-called ADOS now. It's a lot of people with these little LGBT flags, or some of these people who are a little zesty. It's another Black Lives Matter. They've turned it into another Black Lives Matter. Let's hook up. We're going to act like we're going to talk about black issues, but we're going to get together and really be trying to hook up with each other. That's all that is. So we got to watch these type of people. We got to watch these type of folks. And we got to understand that these people, they've been losers all their lives. They never had anything successful that they've done. Tone was out here trying to brag where he's an Emmy Award nominated producer on that Freeway Rick documentary. That's his only little claim to fame. And what it is, they gave him a name credit. Tone didn't produce that documentary. They just kind of gave him a name credit.
Yo, Shabaki crazy.
For whatever reason, he might have introduced somebody to somebody else or whatever. But
Shabaka, we already been separated. We've been separated since Africans got to America. We in the 70s and 80s. That's when we've been separated. So that shit been there like that for like 50 years.
He somehow got a name credit. He might have done some legal work. I don't know. He's not a good lawyer, but he didn't direct. He didn't put any money towards, because usually the producers are the ones who put money on things. So he definitely didn't put no money on that because he has none. So he's going around talking about he was a producer who was Emmy nominated. So what they did, they nominated that film for an Emmy. It didn't win, but they nominated it, and they listed all the producers as the nominee. So that's his Emmy nominated. It's mashed in with a bunch of other white dudes. Let's be clear. Let's put it in context. So when he says he's an Emmy Award nominated, it's mixed in with a bunch of other white producers who really put the money up. You understand? So watch the words and watch the context in which people say things. Because look, I've been in the stuff I did for Michael Moore on his satire show, The Awful Truth. That was Emmy. Hell, that won an Emmy. They were hitting me up back then. They're like, oh man, we won an Emmy. I'm like, okay, cool. I wasn't tripping on it because it wasn't my production. I wrote some of the jokes and all that shit, but it wasn't my production, so I don't go around bragging about being a part of an Emmy award-winning show because I wasn't a producer on it. I don't trip on that shit. I don't trip on other folks' shit. That's other folks' shit. Because see, Tone wants validation. That shit running around. I'm Emmy nominated with a little tie tongue ass. I'm Emmy nominated. I'm an Emmy nominated producer. I'm an Emmy nominated. I'm not guessing my way through this. I'm not guessing my way through it. I got the data, and I'm an Emmy nominated producer. You understand? So yeah, this nigga is desperate for clout. He's very desperate for clout. This is why this nigga stays on Instagram and Twitter begging to be verified. I'm Tone Talks. I was in the New York Times and I was nominated for an Emmy. I need to be verified. Can you look at me? And I know the data. Can you verify me? Verify me on Twitter. I know the data. Me and Yvette Cornell, we started ADOS, and I want to be verified. And Tone has been taking his little shots, and I've been stalling this fuck nigga out. But let's be real. Tone looks like a fucking bullfrog with titties.
Oh, shit.
You big bitch nigga with your slobby mouth.
Oh,
Me
shit.
and I'm begging to be verified. I'm Tone Talks. I was in the New York Times and I was nominated for an Emmy. I need to be verified. Can you look at me? And I know the data. Can you verify me? Verify me on Twitter. I know the data. Me and Yvette Cornell, we started ADOS, and I want to be verified. And Tone has been taking his little shots, and I've been stalling this fuck nigga out. But let's be real. Tone looks like a fucking bullfrog with titties.
Oh my God.
You big bitch nigga with your slobby mouth. That's why I don't like looking at him. I don't like looking at Yvelle's ass either. I really don't watch him because they're very hard.
Shabaka, relax, man. Yo, yo. So I'm gonna tell y'all a thing. This is why I do these shows about Black America and just white supremacy and stuff like that. Cause yo, you know what? Y'all just come on here, y'all say what y'all want to say, and I like that. I give bigs up to y'all and stuff. That's what's popping. I'm gonna change the question tomorrow morning. Well, I'm gonna change it tonight, and we're gonna be doing a different topic. I don't want to do 1090 Jakes. He's corny to me. I'm gonna be personally honest. The nigga's from Malden. He's not even a Bostonian. He's not even from Boston. He's from Malden. You know, and there's nothing wrong with Malden. Malden niggas get it in. It's just don't try to, act like you're from Boston. You know, the niggas from, and like, he's probably cool with niggas in Boston, but it's just, nigga, you're a Malden native.
To look at. Tone and Yvette are very hard people to look at. Yvette be talking with all them little sores around her mouth, eating dirty white pussy. I don't like looking at her. She's a very harsh looking woman to look at.
My nigga say, yo, she got stuff around her mouth. She look like she been eating dirty white pussy. Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Talking with all them little sores around her mouth, eating dirty white pussy. I don't like looking at her. She's a very harsh looking woman to look at. She looks like a funky little light-skinned grasshopper with a strap on. She's very hard to look at.
Yeah, that's
but,
crazy.
Like I said, man, they're doing the same shit as the Black Lives Matter crowd. They're trying to pivot everything so they can start doing this little LGBT hookup type of thing. You do, and notice how certain people get banned and certain people do not get banned. Notice they never get banned from anything. They never get banned from Twitter. They never get banned or penalized on YouTube. You know, me, we're always getting
heated right now.
Banned,
man,
shadow
about
banned,
your girl.
Getting strikes here, strikes. Me, Jason Black, the Black Authority. Professor Black Truth. All of us who's talking that real shit, we get dinged and banned and. You know, I get banned from whole countries. People who are putting in real work, making real moves.
Facts.
You understand? But nothing ever happens to these two. That's interesting. You know, you can tell who's effective and not effective. And Yvette, this is a very desperate woman. Yvette is a very desperate woman because she has a cancer mentality. You know, she has a virus type of mentality. This person who runs around hating on black success. Any black person who's successful, you're supposed to hate on them.
Facts.
This is a woman who's a lifelong failure. Yvette has no wins under her belt at all. Neither does Tone. And Yvette worked with Dr. Boyce, and Boyce, he busted out telling the truth about how this woman, he had to give her money because she was still living at home with her parents. This woman is 44 years old.
Shit.
And
this nigga's doing her
and another thing,
dirty.
Yvette has been taking shots at my wife and all this stuff, and I let it pass. She's been just taking random shots, dissing my wife. My wife is not a public figure. My wife is not a public figure at all, but she's taking it upon herself to diss my wife and all this old sucker shit, and I don't trip on it. But if we're going to diss my wife, well, let's just talk about you for a minute, Yvette, because I posted this picture, this before and after. Now, back in the day, if you're looking at the screen now, this is Yvette back in the 90s. Yvette kind of had a little something going on back in the 90s. Yvette kind of had a little something going on back in the 90s before she went, full pipe looking. Now, let me tell you something. She's only 44 years old. You don't go from this to that just because of age.
Nah, that look like like drugs.
There's something going on with this woman. And I ask people, let's just be real, because look at the way she's looking now, the way she hit the wall, the way she lies nonstop. She lies just nonstop. Everything out this woman's mouth is a lie. She's dusty. She's not successful at anything. And when you're old living with your parents, how do you get here? This looks like the narcotic.
Told you.
This looks like the narcotic or some type of mental breakdown. We can't take folks like this seriously. And now, there's a handful of people that's still rocking with this dusty ass broad. And a lot of people are only rocking with her because there's a lot of folks, and I won't say a lot of people because there's not a lot of people rocking with her. And excuse me, notice most of the people that you see still rocking with them are these older Negroes. They're much older, these middle-aged Negroes who still want to be Democrats, and some of these middle-aged LBGT niggas looking for a reason to get out the house. But a lot of these Negroes, see, they have dusty aunties like this. Let's keep it real. There's a lot of black folks where we have dusty, used to be on the pipe aunties who comes around every now and then, and you know your auntie ain't about shit. Your auntie done had her kids taken away. Your auntie's been on and off the narcotic. But you're like, that's my auntie. She's still good people though. Yeah, my auntie's still cool. You know, she's cleaned herself up. She's off that stuff, but you know, we're gonna invite her to the family reunion. Y'all look at her like your little crackhead auntie. That's what you look at her as. You keep these folks around and you entertain them because they're like your little crackhead family members that you have a little sympathetic heart for. A lot of folks have that, so they can kind of see your little dusty aunt and uncle in that. You can see your little failed family member in that. When they still family, that's why when you start going in on these little dirty niggas like Yvette and Tone, you got these niggas, come on now, we all supposed to stick together. No, we ain't got to stick together with these dusty ass fuck niggas. We don't have to stick with Yogi and Boo Boo Bear. We don't have to stick with them. The hell you do have to know. We got to get off that broke ass, dusty ass failure mentality where we just got to sit around here percolating with failures all fucking day. We ain't got to hang around no damn Yvette and Tone, two lifelong failures.
Yo, what the fuck, bro?
We don't have to hang around these folks.
Oh my God.
You've been hanging around your dusty ass family. You think we got to hang around every dusty fucking nigga out here. Hell no.
This shit is crazy.
No, thank you. But people like this who sit around pocket watching everybody else, that's all she does. Yvette's so jealous of me because Yvette wants to be a player. She started to stud it up a little bit, and you know, Boyce was talking about her little white lover. She had a white lover, so she's out here stud winching. She's a Negro stud winch. She's stud winching for white women. So we know where her loyalty lies. We know where her loyalty lies. So people like this, like Yvette, they don't like players.
Shabaka, you fucked up again. You know what a tether is. A tether is not an immigrant. And her mother's his mother-in-law is white, but her father's black. Black, not no immigrant, not from no other country, it's black. So you shouldn't do that, Shabaka, and spread, false information. You know what I'm talking about, brother. You know I don't like that.
They don't
word,
like
brother,
no real
but I have to
alpha
use that
man.
'cause
They
you are
like
my
beta
brother.
males like Tone. They like little weenie ass niggas that they can kind of lead around. They don't like no alpha males. This is why she's always attacking alpha males. She's attacking Minister Farrakhan, attacking Dr. Claude Anderson, attacking Boyce, attacking the Black Authority. Just alpha males, she's always attacking. She's always attacking alpha males. Because the thing is, when she's in the room with Tone, she's the man.
Oh shit.
She's the man when she's with Tone. She don't have a problem walking around with Tone.
Cause he's a bitch nigga.
That's why she wants to be the leader of ADOS and all that old shit. She's the man when she's in a room by herself or she's in a room with Tone. But when a motherfucker like me come around and all of a sudden you go back to being an ugly wench. Ooh, that was kind of rough. I shouldn't say stuff like that. It's the holidays. But that's the problem. When a player like me walk in the room, you go back to being a strong-faced stud wench.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna say this too. I defended Miss Yvette. And I defended her when Lizard Face, Uncle Luke Campbell was talking crazy. You know, cutting her off, disrespecting her. Niggas defended her. But now, knowing what I know now, I wish I would have never defended her, and I wish she would have got that business by him. You still on that Rustin shit? You know that motherfucker was Jamaican, right? Bayard Rustin, yeah, he was Jamaican, Kwame.
You understand? And again, she tries to be a player about hers.
Cap.
Look at the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a picture where she tried to, when she was starting to stud it up, she's sitting here with a fucking chopper suit on. She's trying but failing. She's failed at being a player. She can't even be a player correctly.
Oh, shit.
This woman had a Burlington's chopper suit. Poor thing.
Crazy.
So she was trying her best to get a little playeration there, but it failed. That's why she's so mad at people like me. Successful, respected, and loved black men who women love. Women love me. Oh. They don't love you in this fucking chopper suit. And your hair, what kind of hairstyle this is, I don't know. She got like 3-4 hairstyles in here. She got an afro, a quick weave, a finger wave, and a blowout. I don't know what kind of hairstyle this woman has. But looked like she was trying to cover up her receding hairline. She must have been taking hormones, and the hormones started to eat up her edges. Sitting here looking like a fucking Beanie Baby.
Oh, my God.
Lord. Poor thing.
Bless her heart.
And she's the light-skinned strong face. The face started getting strong, and she's light-skinned. When you strong-faced and light-skinned, that's very rough.
Bless her heart.
That's a very rough thing. But family.
Thanks, Bobby.
This whole mentality where black folks who are successful in business, you're supposed to shit on them and hate on them. See, on some real shit, we got to get that cancer mentality out of our community. This is why we have so many failed businesses and all that, because we got these people with the Yvette Carnell mentality. If there's a black person doing good business, they're sitting up sabotaging them, talking about how we shouldn't be doing good business as black folks. We need to be up here voting down Democrat and getting government jobs and all this stupid shit. Because, you know, out there in Baltimore, there was a black girl out there. This sister had a very successful hair business out there, and some niggas went in there and killed this sister. Some dusty ass niggas in Baltimore went in this sister's shop and shot this sister in the head. They tried to rob her days before, then went in there and killed her. That type of dusty ass mentality has to go. That's a cancer. I don't respect that at all. That shit that happened to that sister out there getting killed like that. All them Asian shops and those Arab shops, nobody touch them. Them Arabs and Asians are beating your ass out there, but you go to the sister shop and kill her? That's an Yvette Carnell mentality where you try to attack successful black people because of your damn jealousy. That jealous nigga shit gotta go, man. Niggas sitting up jealous and hating because you didn't get it popping. Jealous and hating other black people because you in your mama's house mad with fishy dildos in your damn dresser drawer.
Oh no.
That's a cancer mentality. That shit is gonna have to stop now. You understand? Yvette is a squatter. This woman squats in her parents' house. Why? Let's be real. Why does anybody listen to Yvette? For any reason. What do you learn from Yvette? I would like to know, if anybody listens to her, what in the hell do you learn from her? How are you getting advice from a person who's not good at politics? This woman has failed everything. She's failed in politics, failed in business. She hasn't run any kind of business. She failed as a woman. She has to reject her vagina. Niggas ain't gonna fuck her. She can't even get a bitch. Bitches ain't even fucking with no Yvette Carnell. This is a hardcore loser who has failed at everything.
Motherfucker called her a squatter.
Let's just keep it 100. This woman has no wins under her belt. And I told her this on Twitter. I said, you have no wins, you have no successes under your belt. Only thing under your belt is a musty strap-on and a box that don't nobody want. You understand?
Bad words.
Sitting up here looking like Peter Guns. This jealous Negro mentality has to go. But sound like this woman has some kind of issues with her parents. She don't like older black folks. She really got a bug up her ass about men and older black folks. Looks like she might be projecting something about her parents. I don't know what it is. But we got to look at folks like this. And we got to stay away from them and understand when people have been sent to us to undermine us. And we have to see what their motives are. And we have to see that some of these people are just not going to benefit us. They're here to just cause havoc. Now this woman is sitting here, old, dusty, yellow fucking teeth. Her teeth look like corn niblets. She got a Wayne Brady fucking hairline and no edges. This woman failed at having edges, y'all. I mean, there's nothing successful about this woman. Her teeth are not successful. Her edges are not successful. Her vagina is not successful. Her career is not successful. Nothing is successful about this woman.
That's bad. She's catching an
It's
L.
failed. This is a walking fail bunny.
Yo,
this woman is the walking definition of failure. We got to stop just even entertaining and patronizing lifelong failures. Let's just keep it 100. Tone too. Let's get on this fuck nigga. He loves talking about his degrees, and yes, I got some heat for you, Tone.
This is bad.
This nigga loves talking about his damn degrees. I got degrees. I know, listen, I'm not guessing my way through this. I got degrees. I'm a lawyer. I went to Loyola University, and I got a degree, and I've been doing this. I studied under Sandy Darity. I know the business. I know economics. I studied this stuff, and this is what I understand. I called Byron Allen last night, and we talked. Nigga, when people have to constantly qualify themselves like that, you don't know nothing. Tone, when he does his show, this nigga's sitting on a little baby IKEA comforter. I mean, these people are failures. They don't have any wins under their belts. Little catfish mouth nigga, you have no wins under your belt. And another thing, and look, and when I say that ADOS is now an LGBT organization, Tone, he was on Twitter nigga-splaining. When folks were saying, hey, yo, ADOS, this shit is a damn LGBT hookup. Then he started bussy-splaining. Wait a minute. I'm not a homosexual. I'm not a homosexual.
Yo, this nigga crazy.
It sounds like I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. Come on, Tone. Let's be real. Listen. I'll give y'all $500 if anybody can produce a picture of Tone with a woman other than Yvette. I ain't talking about like you taking a celebrity selfie or some politician. I will give somebody $500 to find a picture of Antonio Moore with a woman
Nigga said his whole government name. That shit is crazy.
that he has been intimate with.
Oh my God.
There are no pictures of this nigga with women at all.
Oh my God.
Let's keep it a buck now. Let's stop fucking around. No, your mama don't count. Your auntie don't count. No, don't take a picture with your fucking grandma, nigga. I'm talking about a woman you smashing or about to smash. How come ain't no pictures of this nigga with women? How come this nigga ain't married? How come this nigga ain't got no wife? How come this nigga ain't got no girlfriend? How come this nigga ain't got no kids? How this tone? Let's just keep it a buck. See, people try to player shame me by bringing up old pictures of me with women. Like, yeah, There's, nigga, if you find old pictures of me, that's all you gonna see. Nigga, I challenge you to find some old pictures of me without women, nigga. Find some pictures of me and I ain't chilling with a bunch of fucking women somewhere, posted up, putting my fucking bed in. Find some pictures of me from back in the day when I ain't with no damn. That's a very interesting picture. We can find this nigga all kind of intimate, hugging on another man. Now this is the Skilo the rapper. And I think Tone was managing this guy. Okay. You're managing this dude, but this nigga is all hugged up and booed up. All right, that's your a person that you're supposed to be managing or whatever, but damn. That's a very interesting picture. You up here kind of holding the nigga arm and chest. This looks like a bussy glamour shot, my nigga.
Yeah, I can see it.
You run and try to take credit for it, especially Tone. You look, there was a man who went to outer space last week. He went to outer space with the space program, and they have nothing, no winds under their belt. It was ADOS that made that possible. Look, there was some explorers who went down in the ocean, and then they started to get footage of whales giving birth for the first time. There were people getting footage of whales giving birth for the first time. That's only because of ADOS and all the data. That's only because all the data that I produce. I've worked with Shannon.
All right, this is it. I can't do no more. Shout out to King Flex. Shout out to the Pan-African movement. Shout out to FBA all day. I'm gonna land here, all right? The Pan-African movement, I think they fucked the black community up. And I'm gonna say this. Don't make Tariq right. I'm gonna say this. The Pan-African movement, I think y'all had done us no justice. Y'all fucked us over. Y'all gave us this African identity and not tell us what part of Africa there is. There's 54 countries of Africa. You couldn't even name one part of Africa that we need to follow. I don't want to hear like, oh, you need to take an ancestry DNA, because half of these countries is partially new. Well, most of these countries is partially new. I think it's fucked up that some of y'all Pan-Africans is still going with that program, and you know that shit doesn't work. That was just my issue with it. Even like the shit that we even found out where they were saying Dr. Marcus Garvey, he was more of a black nationalist than a Pan-Africanist. You know, and I kind of agree with that after knowing the shit that he has done and the way how he had to get his shit out there. You know, I just didn't like it. I didn't like how Pan-Africans, because don't forget, the Pan-Africans were the ones telling us go Democrat for so many years. Then when Dr. Umar, I think probably like 8 years ago, he was the first person I ever heard to say, yo, hijack your vote. Then Tariq Nasheed had to push it because at the end of the day, he was like, yo, we need tangible, we need policies. And we need reparations. And they were like, oh, well, you know what? We got busy. Well, you know what? And Tariq Nasheed was saying, like, yo, we can't help you then. You're going to ask us, you're going to tell us that you cannot do it. Then after that, ask us for a favor. And I'm talking about the Democrats. Nah, nigga, hold your own nuts. Then Pan-African had us going with this crooked fucking coalition with the Africans, knowing that the Africans don't even like us, and they calling us all Akatas and Jafars and all this other crazy shit, and telling us, oh yeah, we need to move and fucking, you know, connect with our old ancestors and shit. Yo, fuck them ancestors. And I'm gonna be personally honest, fuck them ancestors, because at the end of the day, ain't nobody wasn't saying shit when the motherfuckers was selling our ancestors. Our ancestors was probably saying fuck Africa too. We even talk to our ancestors. We'd be like, oh, yo, what do you think about Africa? You like, man, fuck them people. Them people ain't worth shit. That's what our ancestors would say. Don't go back to that pissy, that trash-ass fucking country. Let them niggas hang on trees. Let them motherfuckers, you know, eat their poop and all this other stuff. That's what our ancestors would say. Fuck them niggas. Them niggas sold our brothers and sisters. Them niggas talk shit about us. And I'm not talking about us. We're talking about that 4% that came from Africa. And the thing about, I'm going to be personally honest, Shabak, I don't need no understanding of Pan-Africanism. I know that, yo, you know what? My family hasn't, my ancestors haven't been there for a very long time. Africa is a fairly new country, well, continent, when it comes to countries. So they don't even know who the fuck they are half the time. Them Africans don't even know who the fuck they are. If you really look at it, them motherfuckers is calling themselves Nigerian and Guyanan and all of these other stuff. Those are fair new countries. Why the fuck are you calling yourself the white man's name? And y'all got a problem with us when we say like, oh, yo, we're delineating. We don't want to be called these fucking names. If we're going to give ourselves our lineage, our name, we're going to give it to us. You know? I'm just being personally honest. It's just like, yeah, like I said, Marcus Garvey was very influential. But other than that, y'all niggas sold him out. Pan-Africanism sold him out. Let's personally be honest about it. Like, I don't want to hear, oh, well, you know, shit happens, yada, yada, yada. It was the white man. No, nigga, it was y'all. You know, but before I leave, I want to thank all of y'all. I'm going to start to the top. Shabaka, Infinity, GN25. Give me a second. We're going to dig deep into this joint. I'm going to name all of y'all. Shabaka, Infinity. Let's see where this live chat is. Shabaka, Infinity, Riggs, CNG 215, Kwame, YouTubian. Let's see. DJ X1. I already said Infinity 74. That's all I got right now. Sorry I couldn't pick it up because I can't go into my live chat. So, actually, let me see if I can do it on this. If I can do it on this, I'll read it. If I can't, nah, I can't even do it. All right, let me try it now. No, I can't even do it. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's all for right now. Everybody, thanks for the donations. Thanks for the subs. I didn't see none of it pop up today, but thank y'all. I do appreciate it. Definitely we're gonna do something tomorrow morning.